Welcome, everybody, to the Dreadful Minutes. And I am Dreadful Rick, as you all know. And it is 2024. So we are doing the Halloween special. And I feel happy and just very fortunate that you guys continue to tune into this. And we've had some guests last year. I'm very grateful and happy to have had Classy Lonnie join us last year. Yeah, he won't be able to join us this year, unfortunately. But my thoughts go out to him. And but we do have some returning guests. So we're gonna have Metal and Beer Snob. I believe last year he was known as the Drunken Metalhead, Drunken Metalhead Musings. Logan, who's Metal and Beer Snob this year. He's not much of a snob though. He's actually quite a nice guy. And then we have Brian Arkham, who's kind of been a bit of a regular and always appreciate when he's on. Such a good food, such a good dude. I said good food. I don't eat him. And a good friend. So, but he's doing his own other channel right now. So it's Midwest Metal Archives, and I've talked about him before. So I'll just leave a link with everybody's channel here. But on top of all this, we've got a brand new face on the Dreadful Minutes, and I'm really happy to have her here. And I'm really happy that she agreed to join and be part of this for this year. And that would be Jax B. She goes by Jax B the Ripper, and definitely recommend following her channel. I enjoy how she does her content, and sometimes it's a bit like a vlog style, which is cool. But she also talks about things that she likes and what she's into. And one reason why we all subscribe and follow certain kind of channels is we like the personalities and just the kind of ideas and stuff behind it at the same time. So I'm doing what I do best, and that's ramble the hell on. So I'm going to let on my first guest here, in which Logan will be popping in pretty soon, and then we're going to have Brian pop in. But first at bat will be Jax, and I'll let her introduce herself here. And we're going to be talking about various miscellaneous, anything goes, free for all, Halloween related, whatever stuff. So books, movies, film, jokes, stories, whatever, you know. And I don't know what anybody's going to show. So this is going to be fun to get everybody's kind of reaction to this. So let's not waste any more time. And here is Jax. Welcome.
Sup? I'm still trying to figure out why anybody would like my personality. I'm just
you know, we're all worst critics, I guess, at the same time. And I do it too. I do enjoy your channel. And there are times when you're up. I love it when you're your most brutally honest moments.
Oh God.
So that's my personal opinion. I can't speak for everybody, but that's why I tune into.
Thank you. Well, I guess a little bit about me. Okay, so I've been doing my channel, I think, since 2017. I want to say maybe it was a little before that. It was just all over the place. I just wanted to film. That's all it was. I just was doing different topics or whatever. Then eventually I just fell more into metal. Only main reason is because I didn't have anybody to talk to about it. And you know, I met some great people through there, and I'm still friends with them. I even to the point where I went to Europe and visit them. So that was great. And then, you know, I've had some falling outs too, which is fine. It happens just like anywhere in life. But it's been, I how could I say it? I've been enjoying it, even though I'm not uploading as much. It's usually like twice a month or once a month, only because, like, you know, life did get in the way, and I'm kind of building myself up. And I don't want to say I'm like rebranding. It's still going to be metal and stuff. But right now I'm at the point where it's like, okay, this is stagnant anyways. I don't think they like it. I think it's time for me to update into something else. You know,
well, you know what I tell myself when I'm in that situation.
I'm still brutally honest though. That's not going to change. That's not going to change. I still don't like Slipknot, so no, that's not going to change.
I'm not much of a fan myself, but you know, I do like Iowa. That's about it. So you know, one thing I tell myself is when I do this stuff with YouTube is I don't upload nearly as, like, I'm not a serial uploader like a lot of these other guys, but I look at it as they're probably subscribed to 1,000 other channels, and I'm giving them a break. You know, it's like if I give them too much Dreadful Minutes, then, you know, it just becomes the Dreadful Seconds, and because I just uploading things just constantly, and they get fatigued. So you are doing a bit of a service to your subscribers by not fatiguing them. So that's what I tell myself.
I don't do long videos anymore either, because I just feel like nobody has the attention span for them like they used to. And I don't like editing them either. I'm not gonna lie, it's a pain to edit what you film like an hour footage into making it, which should be only 6 minutes. It's a pain. It really is. And I'm
Yeah,
not the best editor either.
there's much appreciation unless you do your stuff yourself. Then you can see like, oh wow, that must have been a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
There are a couple other channels. Chromium Dioxide is one of the ones where I know that guy Phil. He goes overboard with his stuff. It's great. The results are great, but I know that guy. It's not putting out a video once a week. There's no way you can put in that much
Yeah.
material in that video and that much editing and pull out that kind of content. And he's a guy that would be perfect for like a Halloween thing like this too, man. I didn't never thought to reach out to him for something like this, but I'm glad you're here. I do have some questions. One, you say you started the channel in 2017, and when people were telling you to, why don't you do something that's related to metal, because you're already a metalhead, and it kind of made sense to kind of add that as part of your content. But I got the impression that you weren't really in a big circle of people who are like-minded like yourself in that kind of way beforehand. What gravitated you towards that side of music, and that kind of stuff?
So it was a variety of stuff, to tell you the truth. It was more like I fell into a rabbit hole. So the first type of music, obviously, I was listening to like Spanish rock, like Caifanes and all that stuff, right? Well,
Mhm.
you were raised with it as a kid. I grew up in the 90s. That was my era as a child. And then I was like, a millennial teenager. Um, so yeah, I want to say Caifanes was like maybe the first rock band I ever really heard, especially with La Negra Tomasa. Like I want to say it was all that. And after that, it was just like, okay, whatever. My little Spice Girls and NSYNC era came on, whatever. And then I fell off very quickly, though. That was the thing. I didn't last long into it. Because I started listening to the radio more. My parents had bought me like a little like little tiny radio with the CD player and everything,
Yeah,
right?
the
And
mini boombox.
yeah, little mini boom boxes, yeah. And my parents were strict a little bit more. My dad, yeah, but I mean, I had my headphones on. They could, there's not like they
Yeah.
could. Sometimes my dad would try to listen, but then he just didn't stick to it to see what I was listening to. But it's funny because now he's like okay with it. He doesn't care. Like he started being okay with it when I was like 18 or 19.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I started listening to the radio more. At that time, we had K Rock. So I don't know if you guys have K Rock out there. This is a different number, but that's where like I grew up in the SoCal area, so it was like Pennywise, it was Offspring, it was
Yeah.
Bad Religion. So
That's
that's what
where
I
all that
heard.
was happening. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what the skater punk, I guess they called it or whatever. And it's funny because I didn't even know some of those bands were from around my area. I was like, I didn't even know that. You're just listening to them on the radio. That's it.
Yeah.
And so I grew up with a lot of that, and Social Distortion was a big one too. And then
Mhm.
eventually Metallica came on. So, but
Yeah.
that was during the Mission Impossible 2. So it was with that song.
Oh,
I
okay.
forgot the name of it. To my surprise, I actually like it, even though I don't really care for Metallica. It was one of the bands that got me in, and then eventually I realized, hey, there's better shit than that. So it was definitely that kind of movement. And
So
yeah,
Metallica, you would just say was your bit of your gateway band
yeah,
towards.
along with UFO, because then I started
Oh, okay.
when I was moving around stations, I discovered 95.5 KLOS, and at that time it used to be called Arrow 93, but now they changed it to Jack FM.
Mhm.
But I was following all those classic rock stations, and they played the classic metal. They played Judas Priest at that time. They played
Yeah.
Ozzy, and then eventually I found out he was with Black Sabbath, and I didn't even know that band that was being played on there. Because even though my oldest brother, he's not that into that kind of music, but he did like Ozzy Osbourne. So he would always play the Black Sabbath album, the one they did live like in 1999 or 2000 when they reunited again and they played in Birmingham. That he always played that out loud. So
Okay.
so that's how I got more into it. And then that's when I started learning this whole new, this was before we didn't even have the tape trade anymore. I think at that time it was just, Napster and Kazaa. So,
Yeah.
and
You're
really it
you're
was,
you're you're quite a bit younger than me. So like the over, I guess the window where everything kind of shifted. Like when you mentioned Mission Impossible 2, and like I remember like as a kid, getting into Metallica right around the time, right when right before the Black Album came out, and Justice for All was their quote newer album, and that was like the faster stuff. And I remember the kids in elementary school wearing the Metallica shirt, and I'm thinking that's so cool with the skull and all that shit. You know, it's like, but then and then they came your generation where you're talking about getting into Metallica, but by then, they were pretty much more of a hard rock band by that
Yeah.
point, right?
Well,
Then
you didn't know that at that time.
we
I didn't
didn't.
until VH1 also opened up the gate. We got cable, I think, when I was like 16 or 17, and there was all these metal documentaries coming out, or even rock and roll documentaries. So that's what opened it up to me too, discovering new bands. That and being a wrestling fan because of Motorhead, because Motorhead was like very Triple H at that time. So but yeah, that's basically how it opened up. And the aesthetic didn't come in till later, dressing up as it, because I had strict parents. I'm the only girl and the youngest, and and they especially didn't want anything that was attracting like gang like related stuff, and they thought all that did. But I didn't think they really knew what the difference was, to tell you the truth.
Do
But
you still have your NWA record? Yeah, I can understand
do have
that.
a CD somewhere. I just don't know where.
It's like when you open up to your parents like indirectly when it comes to like metal, but you had your hard rock phase, UFO, like Michael Schenker is God to a lot of people. That guy, he's amazing with the guitar. But then when you move on to something like metal, to your parents, it just sounds like angry noise,
Yeah.
And if they're not really, if they don't come from that, I guess, side of the pond when it comes to music, your parents are probably more traditional, right? Latino music, stuff like that, like mine was.
Yeah. But also because my mom was Mexican American, unlike my dad, he hopped over the border. So, but my mom listened to the oldies. She was born in 1953. My dad was born in 1949. So obviously, and not only that, the Beach Boys went to one of my competitor high schools. So so I'm in Beach Boy area. So, Laurel Canyon, that's where a lot of the freaking old school classic rock artists like Fleetwood Mac and all of them, the Beach Boys, eventually end up moving out there. That's a good documentary, Echo in the Canyon. If you guys never seen it, watch it. It's a good documentary.
I don't think I have.
It used to be on Netflix. I think now you could probably just rent it on YouTube or something like that. It gives you the feels. It's just like, oh my God, all this old music.
That stuff that was hard to really get back in the day. It's so accessible now. Which was,
they did a good job with the whole documentary style, of getting, especially because it was produced, and Bob Dylan's son, oh my God, what's his name? Jake or something like that.
Jacob,
yep. He did the whole, he was producing it, and he was in it, kind of like documenting it. Then they even did an album, a soundtrack, I should say, to a lot of these old songs. And they did a good job keeping it, still of that style, but modern. They didn't try to do it their own way or anything. So he got like Fiona Apple and a bunch of other people on there to help him out.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's pretty cool. We got an addition, and we got Logan, the midstream jump scare. What's up, man?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hey.
Cheers. How long have you guys been streaming for?
We just started 13 minutes ago, and just kind of get into the introductions. She's Jax. So Logan, Jax,
Hi.
Logan.
How's it going?
Good, and you?
Sure.
We got a
Happy to, yep.
Mm-hmm.
Always welcome. Happy to talk about this topic.
She was talking about how she got into metal, and it just kind of her journey through music. And so I was going to segue into just this kind of music and how well it intertwines with Halloween. It's just so natural, and we know this. With everything going on, it's just like, I feel like some people experience Halloween once a year, but for us, it's like kind of like an everyday thing.
Everyday thing. It starts for us in July, so it just like Christmas starts in September. For us, it starts in July. It starts in the summer.
The wishful thinking definitely starts then. That's when, God, I wish it was October. Why is it so fucking hot? Why are we?
It's still warm in my area.
Why are we launching fireworks and stuff? And let's get out some
and well, you could look. You're in New Orleans. So the climate in New Orleans, like, you still get a little bit of the heat even a little later on in the year, and you're in Jax, you're in Cali, so again, you got a more I'm getting the chills already over here on this side near Philly. So it's we get the nippy cold. Probably not as bad as Brian when he hops in.
Nice to your kitty.
Oh yeah. This is Louis. He's honestly awful. He haunts every single stream I do. Whenever I start talking to someone, and he's not included, he gets the worst case of missing out. What do they call that these days? The missing out syndrome or whatever. He gets it bad.
FOMO.
The FOMO. He gets the
FOMO.
FOMO. Yep. The worst case I've ever seen. So this is where he'll be.
Awesome. So let's take the obvious. So what are we wearing? Jax, you got the Obituary, and that's always like a horror band. It's great, and they're gore, and that's one of my early.
This is a dead person. Well, no, in the front I should say, but then in the back is like that sludge green, that almost Nickelodeon slime green.
Yep, and they were on that zombie craze already. It's like, well, it's death metal, right? So it kind of goes hand in hand. And they were one of the first death metal bands I got into, way back in the day. So they're like the godfathers, one of the godfathers of the genre. So it's always cool, and they're always appreciated. And still kicking ass, still cool, still touring. It's like one of those bands that will be around. So they are, and they're loud and they're heavy. And then we got another one. So Logan went Italian with this one.
I got the Fulci shirt.
And they dropped a new album this year, which is cool, and that's on many people's lists. So I'm gonna break the streak, and I wore the movie one. I went with the Killer Clowns.
Yay.
Very nice.
So a lot of people are scared of clowns, but I also got one of my favorite accessories right here.
Sam. Yeah.
Oh, there you go. See, you guys brought props. All I have is this cat that won't leave me alone. So
I might be the only one, but we'll see.
I just didn't feel like I was trying to look for. I do have a couple of like Halloween or horror movie shirts, but I have everything folded and I didn't want to look through them. So I was just like, I'm going to grab the first shirt that sticks out, and it was Obituary. So I was like, there we go.
No, Obituary is always cool for this kind of thing. And, everybody, I think most of us tuning in are, like Obituary. So can't go wrong, when it comes to that. But, but you wear what you like. So, none of it doesn't really matter. As long as it's kind of somehow creepy, scary, disgusting, something along those lines. I think we're all good.
As you said, Brick, it's hard to miss the horror movie elements in metal. There's so many,
exactly.
much. Like most of metal has some form of Halloween, October element to it. So
I think it's also because if we go all the way with Black Sabbath, that was kind of what made them what inspired was just like scary music. There's scary movies. Let's do scary music.
Yep. You could pull any of those first 5 or 6 Black Sabbath albums, and that would fit perfectly in this topic and season. So, especially that debut just makes me think of fall overall.
I like how it has a kind of a bluesy tinge to it too, but it's also it's doomy at the same time. So they're the pioneers. They're also the pioneers of what we call stoner today. They had a little bit of everything kind of going on. So they really laid out the template for a lot of bands to follow. And then when the other bands came out a little faster, a little more, Judas Priest, right, and those guys, and a little more octaves in the vocals, department. Ozzy did not have that much range. Let's admit it. Like, compared to Halford.
Oh no, definitely, yeah.
So
but don't tell that to Sharon, because she makes everything to a competition. So.
Oh boy, yeah. But tonight it's just going to be relaxing and just it's a free for all. So no competition here, for better or worse, depending what people are looking for. So I brought I had this for the first time when I went to see Autopsy at the Decibel thing, and they were serving these Turbo Reapers IPAs. So I don't know if you had this, Logan. Kind of matches your shirt color.
What's the brewery?
It is I forget now. Three Floyds.
Yep. I've never had a Three Floyds beer. They don't come this far south, that's very
They're not in New Orleans yet.
Nope.
Okay. It's a 7%er. So I only brought 2 cans. So I am hosting. So I gotta stay a little vivid because on Saturday I had a little too much THC. So yeah, so I'm trying to.
I don't remember much about Saturday, but I do remember that you were you were zoned out.
Well, you guys were like slowing down for me. I'm trying to keep up, so I don't know what the deal was there. So we'll do is okay. Let me
I'll
go ahead
share
and
my beer since Rick is showing off his. This is my official beer. Whenever I get invited to one of these things, I have to make it a whole ordeal, and I gotta find a perfect beer that fits it. So, because Rick only deserves the best, truthfully. So here we go. We got the Unholy Roller, blood orange double IPA. So year round they have a Holy Roller because this is, New Orleans. This is the home of like Catholicism basically for the U.S. And but only for Halloween they got the Unholy Roller. So this is my first time trying this. So cheers, Rick.
Cheers. Salud.
Salud.
I just have Dr. Pepper.
That's perfect. In a red glass,
right
though.
Huh?
In a red glass, though. A blood red glass.
Well, yeah, it looked like it, but it's actually like a hot pink, but okay.
Not like they could tell. You could have said Jack and Coke. They wouldn't know. They wouldn't be none the wiser.
I'm too honest. I'm just too honest. Ooh, there's a skull on yours.
Yeah, of course.
Logan's got the most interesting thing, man. Look at that.
When it comes to beer glasses. When it comes to beer glasses and music. Nothing else, though.
Well, I appreciate you guys hopping on tonight, and so it should be a fun time. I'm gonna go around, and I guess we got the new face, so we'll get Jax will get us started with whatever you want to open with, and then you'll go Logan, and I'll go last, and then until Brian jumps in, and we'll give you the stage.
Oh, you're okay. I was like, hey, wait.
It's StreamYard.
Okay, so especially with you, Logan, I have questions because I know you're in New Orleans. Like, what is like? Have you experienced any paranormal stuff out there? Because I know over there's like really hardcore shit for that.
It's supposed to be the most haunted city in the United States, and no, I have not. I've only been here for just over a year, so I gotta give it some time, maybe. Yeah, but
yeah, no, because I was like wondering because like I know like. For me, when I like this time, not just this time of year, I think just because of the stuff I do and everything, I'm always experiencing something paranormal and stuff. So, like, what would be the trippiest things for you guys? So I'll go ahead and I'm gonna tell you my Kmart experience when I used to work there. Even though I have way more than that, but trust me, that could be like a few hours. But talk about so when there used to be Kmart's. I don't know if there's any more over there where your guys is at, but Sears went under liquidation. They went out of business and all that. Right?
It all went under.
Yeah. And I used to work, remember these places used to be big, they were like Walmart sizes. Only Walmart, I think, is like the only place that's like huge now. Right. And there was always some story, even before I started working there, because my mom used to work there. Then I got in there. And this was during the recession. So trust me, the last place you wanted to work was at Kmart, but they weren't really hiring anywhere else. So you had to do what you had to do. So remember, these places, I feel like I have to remind people because I feel like there's so little of this now. But, all those places would have like a family bathroom, and then the men's restroom, and then the female's restroom, but there will be like 3 of them, right? And there was many stalls. Now you'll be lucky to find 2. So I remember just going into the bathroom or whatever, and I opened up the door or whatever. And, once you open the door, the stalls are in front of you. And then one of them was open. I saw someone sitting there. I was like, oh, shit, you just go like that, right? You just go like that. But she's literally just sitting, like this. I didn't see her face, but I just see she was sitting like this. Yeah. And I was like, oh, shit. So then I go to the one next to it. I don't see any feet. Like, I don't see anything. And I'm like, I'm just going to ignore that. I think maybe she just lifted them. I don't know. She could have lifted them up or something. I don't know. So I'm just going to whatever. So do my thing. I'm done. I open up and I go and wash my hands. And then I kid you not, I hear like a loud fucking slam. Like if she slammed the bathroom, the stall door. But the thing is, none of them moved. None of them moved. And it was like, I kid you not, it was like if it would have been right next to you. And I just look and I see there's nobody in there and I fucking get the fuck out. So have you guys had any experience like that in your jobs or anything or just anywhere?
That is crazy. Like I hear stories like on the East Coast, we have the Eastern, I guess, state penitentiary, which you can go in and visit, and there's when I think of like places that have hauntings are places where I think of that has had suffering, and when you get out those kind of malevolent kind of spirits, where I think like old hospitals and jails, but a Kmart is like not the place I would think of, but what's to stop a ghost from appearing at a Kmart or a Walmart,
Well, this is what, okay, first of all, it wasn't the only Kmart because I was on TikTok one time and some other person was telling his stories about, I don't know what location he was at, but he was also talking about his trippy experiences. And I wasn't there yet. I hadn't started working there yet, but I remember I was told that in the baby section, those mirrors they'll have, those full-length mirrors, they had to take it down because they were telling me, they're like, oh yeah, we had to take it down because I noticed there wasn't any in our location. I was like, damn, where are they? You just have to go into the into the dressing rooms and just change and see yourself in the mirror there. And they're like, oh well, we took it down because like the attic for the storage of the babies clothes and all that, the infants, was right next to where that mirror was, and that was the most haunted room out of all the out of all the locations in there. And they're like, we have to take it down. I was like, why? And then they're like, well, the thing is, we had a lot of customers complain that when they looked into the mirror, there was always a man behind them staring. And then there was, and nobody was right there, obviously.
That is creepy as fuck. I mean, one of my early memories was that Bloody Mary shit. It's just like, I'm like, no. It's just like you're afraid to even look at a mirror just because your mind does all kinds of things to your imagination. But if multiple people are reporting the same thing, there's a common denominator here. There's something going on.
From what I've heard, it's funny because I Googled it years ago, but then I couldn't find it again. But people were saying, because that whole shopping center was haunted. Because I know somebody else worked at one of the other stores that are around there. And he had told me too, like, yeah, there was some weird shit going in there that was unexplainable. And from what I heard, it was a cemetery. I don't know how true that is.
It's a poltergeist scenario.
Yeah, that's what we thought. It was like a poltergeist kind of thing. Because I know there have been some coworkers of mine, they said they got attacked in the storage room, that they couldn't find who it was. They looked through the cameras and they saw orbs for sure. And they were always angry. That was the thing. Like only my mom, my mom used to work there too with me. She was very into ghosts. Like she loved it, right? So when she would go up into the infants, storage, and she would go in there and try to look for something, she said she would always feel like it'll get colder and colder and colder. Finally, she just named the ghost Charlie, and she just said hi, and then it left her alone. Until one time, because like she would always go up and be like, hi, Charlie. And she never felt anything till one time she forgot and she started feeling him again. And she was like, oh, I'm sorry, Charlie. I forgot to say hi to you. So, I mean, she was down. So,
yeah.
I guess it's an element of, some people want to be alone. But then, like, when you have that kind of commitment, we're like, okay, I got to come home, drop the keys. And oh yeah, I gotta say hi to Charlie. There's a new commitment now. It's like, or else I'm gonna get the fucking cold back rub. If I don't do this, that's pretty crazy.
But I also feel like, like no matter where you go, like whatever country or state you go to, it's been taken over somehow in a fucked up way. So you're gonna bump into fucked up shit.
Yeah.
And
I'm pretty sure there's something buried you just don't know.
Yep.
And we don't know why we come back or why ghosts, again, for those who want to believe or don't believe, like, but if you, obviously if you've witnessed something like that yourself, that's unexplainable, like that bathroom incident, it's going to make you a believer, obviously. And it kind of puts some more questions in your mind. Like if I was that ghost, why am I still here? Why am I in this limbo? Why didn't I kind of just progress to the other realm? Why am I here? So all these questions start to linger in your head. You see the Civil War soldiers, because you go down to Gettysburg and these places, where they kind of report all this stuff. It's like there's like entire platoons, you know, where you kind of see this kind of stuff going on. So it's just a lot of the stuff that we won't know because we're amongst the realm of the living, you know. So maybe we need a book of the recently deceased, and we can somehow cross over and get the answers we need. Yeah, well, that Beetlejuice movie came out this year, so it's like it's been on my mind, and you know, finally happens. But I don't know if you wanted to add anything to.
Yeah, did you guys have anything to add, like anything specific? I mean, it was Halloween. We might as well talk about our ghost stories or kind of paranormal experience. We'll get into the Halloween candy later, like what Halloween candy was like.
I had that ready to go for sure, so I'm glad.
Did you want anything, Logan? Did you have anything in particular?
I don't have any actual experiences quite like that. That's impressive or really cool to hear about whenever I do find someone who had that experience. I don't know why. I will say, as far as I've just never been a very spiritual person. I love Halloween for like kind of what it represents and like the exploration that it can cause us to do in like these taboo subjects, and like we can really like sit down and have a stream just like this to talk about it. But I've never quite had that experience. I will say that it is quite interesting being here in New Orleans, and here they have all the graves and stuff have to be above ground because of just how humid and like technically we're below sea level, right? So you start digging and boom, you're already breaking the water barrier there. So there are these just cemeteries with all the like mazes of graves and stuff and mausoleums that you'll drive by on the interstate, and it just goes as far as the eye can see. It's pretty humbling and kind of surreal, visual to see. And I'm currently in like I'm doing like a sales role right now, and I've been interviewing to find other sales job. And one of the places I interviewed at was actually one of the big cemeteries to sell plots and stuff. And one of the fun facts that I found out while I was there is that there's these really, really rich families who will own like the giant mausoleums, and they'll own them for generations, right? There's only so much space. So whenever the new generation comes on, you know what? They just kick the old remains in the middle, and it's just a giant, like, family burial plot of just thrown together.
They just bulldoze over it and just kind of replace it with.
There's like there's like an area in the back where they basically shove them. I was like, man, that's a little crazy to find out.
Like, is this too soon? Like, it's been 2 centuries. Like,
exactly. That's the great grandparent. They're just like, make way for the fresh corpse.
What's funny, because now that you said that, recently it's more on the east side of Los Angeles. Like, there have been people finding out that they no longer can find their grandparents' tombstones, and I'm not. It's not even like generations. It's literally like the grandparent or the uncle or the aunt, and they can't find it, and they know they're like right there. So they're doing an investigation on that right now. Because it just recently happened. They just like it was on the news and everything.
Like, was the land sold?
Huh?
Was the land sold?
I don't believe so, but it's just the fact that you bought it. The person hasn't even been there buried, not even 20 years. Why is it gone? And even if it was sold, why weren't they informed about this?
That's just way too soon.
Yeah. I was like, why weren't you informed? Because they would have said something like, hey, it was sold, and we were, they would have said something like that. But it's like, this is way too soon. It's not like it's your great grandpa twice removed. I don't know.
That's what I mean, like generations back. And
I saw this.
It's expensive. This industry makes a lot of money.
Here's an Instagram feed, right? A tombstone from 1620, and we don't know what the abbreviations originally meant, but it says, if you can read it, there it says WTF 1620. Damn it! It just didn't focus.
That was his last words.
And obviously it says, apparently 400 years ago it wasn't that great either. So if you're gonna have a grave marker, like, and you're gonna have abbreviations, just kind of keep in mind that whatever it means now could be something completely different, some generations early. 1620. I don't think people WTF was a thing. So whatever that meant. Cool. All right. I guess like I don't have any personal. I think anything I might have experienced that was odd, but it might have been more extraterrestrial than
Ooh,
let's say
yeah, let's talk about
I
that.
think that counts about the theme, right? Aliens are Halloween.
But we'll move on to you. And whatever you want to open with.
Oh, yeah. So last year I opened up with what I would throw on for like the Halloween party. It's Halloween night. We get people coming over. We're having a good time. Trick-or-treaters are coming at the door. What's something fun that people can all appreciate? That just really sets the season in a mood. And last year I picked the Misfits. You got to always talk about the Misfits.
I remember, yeah.
So this year I wanted to pick almost what I would consider like the modern, like not quite modern version of the Misfits, but a poser alert for sure. This is one of my favorite things to play.
Oh yes, I have that.
All
I have the
Hallows,
shirt.
All Hallows EP. This is my favorite AFI material and probably one of my favorite Halloween listens. Period. Like this is a phenomenal little like 15, 20-minute album right here. Every single song is great. It opens with the Fall Children, then we get a Misfits cover for Halloween, and then the closing track, Total Immortal, it's the best AFI song, I think. So gotta play this one every year, and it's only like 15 minutes, so I can play it like 4 times back to back, and no one bats an eye. So gotta open with a classic, in my opinion.
I love artwork like that too because it's just timeless, man. It's not going to date itself. It's just you could put that in anytime.
You got to show off the vinyl too. That jack-o'-lantern orange.
Oh, cool.
I can't remember what my color came in. I think it was yellow.
I bet it was some Halloween color, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But
no,
cool.
So basically
is released great music. If anyone says, I said AFI has released great music. If anyone says differently, they're wrong. I think
I went to the Sing of Sorrow 20 anniversary because it was the Inglewood
That's a good album.
I got so mad I couldn't get my hands on a vinyl because the line had started at 4 a.m. They all were right there already. I was able to only get a shirt for me and at that time my assistant manager. So she was like, I'll pay you later. I was like, okay. So that was a good one because I remember, as a teenager, I don't talk to that one friend anymore, but she got me into AFI, and at that time they were considered emo. And then eventually I found out, I even did like a whole video on it while I'm doing my makeup and matching the shirt and everything. I did a whole video on their earlier work before December Underground stuff. And I didn't realize how punk they were in the transition they were and how they were also in the hardcore scene, but not really and all that. But that I would just remember as a teenager, like where they did this MTV show with them, and they were singing like some of the songs of Sing of Sorrow. I was like, I hope I get to relive that moment. And then when they did the whole album, I did. So that shit was awesome. Like I can't believe I manifested that shit like 20 years later.
Yeah, that's a good album. That Black Sails in the Sunset is from that like earlier era. That
the Holy
like
Trinity,
too. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
You know what?
Yeah.
I will. I'll segue off Logan since you showed that one. I'll rearrange the order. So speaking of the horror, we think of like horror and horror punk. People think of like Misfits and bands like that. Who kind of paved the way to kind of just get into staying. A lot of bands today that kind of just play on that influence. But out of Cali actually, and we're talking about TSOL, kind of another band.
Seen them live too.
They kicked off with Dance With Me.
With Code Blue.
Well, they started out. It's like more politically. It's in their name, right? True Sons of Liberty, and they were more politically inclined with their stuff, and then they transitioned to this sort of more kind of horror direction. With this back in '81, I know Jack Grisham left the group. He wanted to do more. He wanted to ride more of the '80s trend and play more of that sort of synth post punk and just kind of that, that kind of sound, whatever was contemporary then. So they went a good decade, and they kind of moved into a more sort of hard rock, kind of glam direction. Even some of the stuff sounds a little bit more. It's kind of like had a bit of more of a Sunset Strip kind of sound. It's like they had a little bit of everything. So after that, they kind of took a long hiatus, and they kind of came back with that style. Grisham came back with Disappear. So it's like, and I love the aesthetics. The fact that they kind of had this little thing going on. And just still around today. Just still, they've been releasing albums since then. But I think of these as like the two that I really tune in the most as far as their material. It's definitely the more and it's really hard to label it because they're not just simply a horror punk band. They're a little bit of they had like gothic elements, and they had post punk. They even had a little bit of hints of new wave, a little bit of all this stuff going on, like amalgamation of different things going on with their sound. But this is a cool band to explore if you're looking for like a time capsule of kind of what was going on, what was hip at the period. And these guys were going in a little different direction on the other side of the country. Yeah, just really, really cool stuff. Also, and I noticed this because I was doing the polls, right? And I realized like this would have been cool for like a 420 stream, but Logan remembers but this can also go Halloween. So this is the Unplugged at the Lowlands Festival 97 Life of Agony. And for some reason, they did this really confusing marijuana, but also Halloween color themed thing with the orange and the black for some reason. So every time I see this now, I think of Halloween, even though it's not really supposed to be a Halloween thing. So it's interesting packaging that they went there. So all right, we'll back to Jax.
I think with me, I don't really necessarily have an album, but I mean, I do have like a Halloween playlist on my Spotify. I think it's funny because I'm not the biggest fan of him, but however, I'll listen to him during Halloween, and that's Rob Zombie. Like I'll listen to, or even when he was with, I think it was like White Zombie, with the whole no, because Rob Zombie with the whole Lords of Salem, and it's very Halloween sounding. So especially that song, like I'll listen to it during that time, and I'll listen to like a few of his other stuff as well. Oh my God, I forgot the name of the song where like he has like his wife doing like that little kid's voice or whatever, where the devil comes chop your head or whatever. But like, yeah, I'll listen to that. But really what I listen to the most is more like Dario Argento soundtracks. Like I'll listen to the Tenebrae song like over and over again. Like, and I feel like that one's underrated. I mean, yes, Suspiria, it's like fucking creepy, don't get me wrong, but I love the Tenebrae one. That's probably one of my favorites right there. And I love the artwork to it and everything. So that's something like I usually blast out during that time of year, or even before, or even after. And I think the thing is to I think the Dario Argento soundtracks and just the movies itself just have like a nice little warm place in my dreams, because I remember I was like watching them too much because I just got into horror. And I just remember having constant dreams of like unique ways of killing people. And then because like it was just so unique, the deaths were, I mean, that whole Suspiria thing where she's hanging from the glass ceiling and coming down. And then I was like, I need to stop. I was just like, I need to stop right now.
That's one of those movies where it really does matter what age you were when you tuned in to watch something like that. And you think of like, just witches and, things involving just possession and control. And I think the Italians did it. They pushed the envelope a lot more than they did in the US when it came to that kind of thing. And it's interesting you open up with Rob Zombie, because I did get a little annoyed after a little while because Cherry Moon was like in everything he was doing.
Yeah, that's her name. There we go. Shit.
Especially if you watch the movies, yeah.
But Lords of Salem, I think if I had to pick like some of maybe the best stuff she was in was probably that movie. I think there was some pretty decent acting there, but I think that when you compare someone like a Rob Zombie and you look at his attempts to kind of recapture like with the Halloween stuff, and you compare to something like Argento, you start to really appreciate the artistry of the stuff that was going on in the 70s and just during that period when during the golden years of the Italian horror, versus how these guys are doing it now. Like today, we have too many advantages with cinematography to be able to kind of go and just easily pull in all this stuff because it's just that much easier with technology. But back in the day, there was a certain art to it to kind of keep the pacing and the momentum and the buildup. And today, someone like Rob Zombie is competing with an audience that's just has too short of an attention span, and to try and push the envelope, you can't do it the same way like you did back in the day. So it's interesting polarity, the way you brought up kind of like just someone who's a little more contemporary.
I didn't even think about that.
You can't help but think of, when you start to kind of measure up the different directors, and obviously Rob Zombie had to start over as making a name for himself as a director, because we all knew him as that guy. He was doing all those kind of creepy horror videos, and a bit of that industrial and all that stuff, which was huge in the 90s. I remember growing up and remember when Sexorcisto and that stuff came out and it was on MTV, and I thought it was cool, any teenager in that time here was watching that stuff was, but over time your taste change. And I started to realize like Rob Zombie's a little bit of he's got a certain trick. He rode that trick very long and he kind of held on to it, but that's his thing. That's his brand. That's his kind of go-to thing. But I also appreciate he's actually a pretty decent visual artist. People don't talk about that enough. So that's why, a lot of people like to give him a lot of flack, but the guy's accomplished quite different pivotal points. I mean, between the music, the directing, the visual art, he's kept us up pretty busy, and trying to recapture. I'm not going to say it's been a smooth landing when it came to some of his projects. Obviously, some people are going to pick, if you're watching Halloween, for example, is it going to be better than the original Carpenter stuff? It's, obviously it's not a hard argument to make, you know what I mean? But for those who have never watched the original Halloween, and I'm going to watch the started with the Rob Zombie stuff, they may enjoy it, for what it is. They don't have that kind of other context, to go with it. So I feel like Logan's got a few thoughts.
Would you watch his Monsters remake? That's what I want to know.
Yeah.
No, because I love the original Monsters. I would never.
I got that for I got that in a $5 bin. I've not watched it yet.
See, it's only been out for what, 3 years? I don't know, 2 years.
Definitely after cracking.
Yeah, I think he made a name for himself until he took on the Halloween franchise, and then he became the remake guy and like the Devil's Rejects and stuff. That's a good movie. That's a great film, and also Hellbilly Deluxe. I'll definitely swear by that, and I even like the second one he released. I think Hellbilly Deluxe Volume 2 in like 2011 or something, and that's a good album. So
he knows how to do the earworm stuff. Like he'll come up with these songs, and like it's like he's not doing anything crazily innovative. When it comes to that, he just has his own style.
And as Jack says, it perfectly just feels like Halloween. It feels like the season. Like there's like the sound bites, the slightly industrial grungy vibe. It's good music for this time of year for sure. Go ahead.
I
was going to ask if it was my turn, but you keep
sorry. I wanted to chime in because there was one more thing I forgot to say. I kind of feel like, even though, again, another band I don't really care for is Type O Negative, but I could see how it's very Halloween-y. And there will be some songs I will play, but it's not like, again, but it's funny because I kind of feel like that's only for Halloween. Like I wouldn't listen to them any other time of the year. But I could also see, I don't know if this is true or not. Somebody has said that they made a Nosferatu movie, like it was out for a while, where like all the songs were playing to the Nosferatu movie, the original one, and it just went so well. I don't know if that's true.
Ooh, I'd watch that.
I've never experienced that. Huh. It's that like playing like Pink Floyd over like the Wizard of Oz or whatever. I think there was like
Alice in Wonderland. Maybe.
It was like, it's like that kind of thing where it's not meant to. It was never designed to work together, but somehow it does.
Cool. Maybe. Is it my turn? Is that why I'm up on the big screen? Or?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now to dive into, I guess, more extreme metal picks. So I'm doing the Heavy Metallurgy album clubs on Wednesday nights, and
Yes.
so quick plug for that, I guess, every Wednesday. When this airs, this will be in the past, but tomorrow night we'll be talking about this album, Denial of God, and this is the Hollow Mass album. Came out in 2019. So this is like a very similar to that Mortuary Drape, kind of like a cult black metal, but I definitely get a lot of storytelling here and a bit of a Eternus kind of vibe in how they present like their black metal. Like it's a steamroller, almost death metal style when it gets up and moving. But very long songs, very centered around lyrical content and creating like an atmosphere. This is one of my go-to albums for the season. It has to be dark. It has to be like a fresh wind, kind of ripping through the night and like leaves all around for it to feel right. But when the mood is right, this album really hits for sure. We got songs about zombies, the undead hunger. There's a song about a golem on here, the shapeless mass. A track about a worm, Hour of the Worm. Good stuff on here. But tomorrow night or in the past, after this is
It should be out on Heavy Metal. As a matter of fact, when this thing airs, I'll link that Metallurgy episode, link into that so that people will have context. Just a few thoughts. This band's been around a long time. Like they're from Denmark, and that this should be due for another drop. It's been a while since they released something. I remember when that came out.
How about that band photo too? That's
yeah. It's like it's very Mortuary Drapey. Like it's the kind of shit they would do. Like, are you familiar with The Rite? RITE. There's actually members. I think there's a member or two of that band in that band called The Rite, and it's a lot like adjacent to that kind of sound. And they put out an album last year, and it fucking rules, man. Like I think if you're already in that Denial of God train, like The Rite is completely in your wheelhouse. Like definitely recommend checking it out. Like if that's your kind of go-to style of black metal. I wouldn't even call it straight up black metal. It's like a bunch of other stuff.
Yeah, it's very different, very a unique take, I think, on like kind of an occult black metal sound.
Yeah,
I will check that out, Rick. That's why I do these.
There you go.
A wealth of knowledge
anybody
here.
watching this will get some recommendations, and if you guys got some playlist stuff that you also want to shout out, that's cool. But also I think that style of black metal is like for people who are not into traditional black metal. If you're not into the second wave stuff, or you're not into Dark Throne and whatever, like, but you want something that's still kind of dark but still a little kooky and Cemetery Fog and whatever, like, there you go. That's another option. You can kind of check out a little more, not quite death metal, but but it's riffy. There's elements of the early death metal when it was more riffy, was more thrashy.
I think the main thing is the production's better and warmer. You know how like black metal makes you think of like a cold, winter night with a blizzard in the middle of a blizzard. This is definitely a bit warmer sounding, and you can hear everything better.
Like I was thinking that like a lot of black metal is too winter for me. It's because everything's dying and they sound like they're dying. So if anything, I'll probably do a December Christmas stream and be like, hey, let's talk about like music that we would play. I bet you it's all gonna be black metal because they're all gonna be some kind of Nordic country one. The movie is gonna be Metalhead, the Icelandic film that we're gonna be talking about. I bet you anything.
It is. Which it's very appropriate. A lot of these guys, live in those countries where it's very cold. So it's like, what the hell else we're gonna sing about? Just
like they don't even have a fall. It's just it's like summer, then it just skips into that. Well, it's more like spring than summer, but
it's like 1 minute of brown leaves and the snow's already on the ground. You're like, damn it! It's like I love like you guys. I'm sure fall is probably your favorite times of year, but it's too short. Like the best feeling part of the season, it's just like before you know it, the cold comes in abruptly and just fucking ruins it, and then we're already in the dead set of winter. I think I'll go up, but I have a few like I guess visuals I'll show, some random kooky stuff that I found online. For one, so I stopped at the shop, right, and I found this keychain. It's just, you know, we got Leatherhead, but once I got home, I realized they put the wrong tag on it, and it says Chucky.
Get your money back, Rick.
like so clearly, whoever put this together does not know their movie references, or must have thought this was some other version of the million Chucky movies out there. Like, that's another variant of Chucky I've never seen before. And he happens to have a chainsaw. Weird. But one thing I did notice was, do you have Spirit of Halloween out in Cali, right? Sure, they're like, these things are everywhere. I tell you what, though, these things are like, what do you call it? Like, what are those shops where people cash for gold and check cashing places? You know, you're not in a very good area when there's a lot of those places popping up. So what I'm noticing is the way the economy is, these stores are closing down left and right. And then what takes over? It's like a vine, just enveloping. Spirit of Halloween's come in and they just kind of take over these closed down locations. And one of them is Toys R Us. And I feel like they lost an opportunity because Jeffrey Giraffe was the mascot. If you're going to be taking over Toys R Us and turning it into a Spirit of Halloween, you should have had a bunch of dead Jeffrey fucking merch sitting around. And that would have been very, very interesting, and just kind of in a way to be like, well, we won this one. Another thing that I found online was someone made I guess what you call a fake cassette, but I thought it was pretty funny. And this is listening to the Wolfman take a piss. Another dreary drainers. Dracula is a freak who listens to piss, and this is his personal library of all the monsters pissing. Now he could have just stopped right there. That would have been hilarious. But he went ahead and did the back. And I don't know if you can read it. If you got old man eyes, I'll just go over it real quick. So side one, Wolfman's howling piss, Mummy's trickle piss, the creature's piss lagoon. We got side two, Frankenstein, huge piss warning. Invisible Man has the ambient piss. Skeletons crying because they can't piss, but they really want to. And there's this whole like disclaimer of this program is honestly a violation of trust. The parties involved did not know they were being recorded, but thankfully monsters are not allowed in courtrooms. So there will be zero charges pressed on all proceeds will go to Dracula. Maybe if you are rich for long enough, you could start doing fucked up shit like this. Yes, Dracula's rich.
Where can I buy that?
So people are crafty, man. Like, here's one. So I found this on Etsy. Has like everything, man. Like whatever you want to imagine, somebody's fucking made it. So then I found this thing, right? So we're thinking of trinkets, like little things and whatever, statuettes and ceramic things. Somebody went out of the way to create a goddamn old chief wooden head.
Yes.
And they want $8,000 for this. And I'm looking at it. Someone in California, it says Clovis, California. So, and I'm looking at it and like, okay, they want $8,000 for this thing. And it's this rare find. Why is there 20 plus of this in carts? Who's dropping this kind of cash?
He's going to murder you. Don't buy this.
Yeah, well, if you're going to murder somebody, just make sure it's not the shop owner of this.
It's going to scalp you.
And there's like multiple shots of this thing, like from all angles. I gotta say, man, this is like it is a 1-to-1 duplication. Someone was meticulous. I'm sure they have a molding.
It probably looks better than the actual one from the anthology.
You're probably right. And it's like because it was a 30-minute anthology horror thing, and it's like they probably tossed it not too long afterwards, or ended up in some warehouse or storage bin. So a lot of interesting horror findings. This one here is a bit of an accident. Somewhere in Malaysia, someone opened up a pizzeria, and you got to be careful what you name your stuff because you never know. So this a Diddy pizzeria.
Stop.
Oh. Too soon.
Too soon, right? But holy shit, man. It's just got to be quite awkward now. That pizzeria is probably like wondering why all of a sudden everybody wants to take pictures of the shop. But they're not coming in buying. So what the hell's up with that? So I thought it was just funny to kind of just show a little bit of a appreciation of some of the shit that people come up with and whatever, or one by accident. Which is horrifying to think of it. If your name was Diddy something, that'd be pretty horrifying to have posted up large on a mantle somewhere at this current period in time. So we'll move over to.
Go with your middle name at that point.
Oh god, next topic. Okay. Let's see. Oh god, I really don't. Okay. Since we're on this topic, what will be like probably either your best Halloween costume and your most embarrassing Halloween costume?
Ooh.
I think my favorite, even though it's funny because I'm not even that into Batman or anything like that, and you would think it would be my most embarrassing, but it's not. Was when Batman and Robin came in, I was 10 years old, I think, when that movie came out. I got the Batgirl costume. But it wasn't as like in depth as like the movies were with their costumes. But I don't know why. I thought I looked good in that one. I was just like, damn, okay.
What's that? That was Alicia Silverstone, right?
Yeah, Alicia Silverstone. Yeah.
Her.
Yeah. So I don't know why I thought I was badass, and now I'm more badass than my pink Power Ranger one. Just, but yeah, that one was one of my favorites, I think, that I ever got. I don't even know why. And I think my most embarrassed. Oh god, yeah. I'm just gonna admit this. I don't even care, especially now because everything's so cancel culture. I was a fan of the Hunchback of Notre Dame, and I dressed up as Esmeralda. So,
Okay.
but now when you think about this, the word gypsy is kind of taboo now. It's funny because the people that I know who are Romanian, they don't care and they appreciate the word. But then there's like the other side. They're like, no, we hate the fucking word or something like that. It's
Funny how that works out,
But yeah, but now it's like, why did I dress up as her? But at the same time, I don't know. I don't know. I felt like I don't know how I feel about it now because it's just like, why did I wear that? Especially because even in those times, people talk really badly about gypsies. So I was like, I'm surprised my mom, like, I guess because it was a Disney film, I was like, oh, it's just a Disney film.
Well, the Fleetwood Mac has a song called Gypsy. I love that song. It's like, are they going to cancel the song?
I'm surprised they haven't. But right now, people just love Stevie Nicks so much. It's like whatever goes, goes.
That's true. If you're talented enough, maybe people will forgive and move on and forget about the PC part of it. Not always, though.
Hopefully,
I personally feel like that's something they need to. Huh?
I said, hopefully, age can be factored in. I mean, because like in the rear view, when Fleetwood Mac was recording Gypsy, it was perfectly fine, perfectly normal, for that content. So, same with Esmeralda,
yeah. You could get away with a lot of stuff. Kind of part of you wishes you can go back to that time and don't have to really think too hard about it. It's just things change with the political climate. Every decade.
Also, she won't say it because she's an old school witch, so she'll keep quiet. But there's gypsy magic out there, so she knows what's going on, and I believe she incorporated that in her music. That's what made her get far. So that is successful. So I'm like, I'm pretty sure Rihanna, not Rihanna, but it's I forgot, like a horse goddess. I don't know. It's something like she had that in her songs, and that's like that's one of my favorite songs right there.
Yeah. Stevie Nicks always had a mysticism about her and the way she incorporated into her music. Before her and Buckingham came on, like they were like a whole different kind of band, and the themes they were covering. And I think her songwriting added another element to that stuff. Songs like Rihanna, I think, again,
it's almost felt the same way. Yeah.
So
you know what? Oh my god, we're going back to Logan's topic about the music and stuff like that. Yeah, we're gonna ask Stevie Nicks. There we go. That's Halloween. There, Season of the Witch, right there.
That fits.
Oh yeah. Look who's here.
Hi.
Hello. Good to see everybody.
Jax, Brian, Jax.
Hi.
And
nice to meet you.
Brian Fulci Brian.
Oh, I'm Fulci.
Dreadful Halloween spectacular here.
2024, welcome. So it's another year. I'm glad to have you guys back, and Jax. So I think that we're keeping the rotation going. So you're not too late, Brian.
Oh, good.
So didn't miss too much. Late. You'll catch some of it on the replay. But you know what? So Jax just went, right? So that would be Logan, and then we'll move on to Brian.
Okay, just basically the question was.
Oh,
or
the
topic
question was the costumes.
Yeah.
Uh,
So
we're just
whatever
talking
was
about
the most embarrassing and your best one.
embarrassing.
Embarrassing. Well, I actually already talked about this last year for my on
Oh,
your
like I
stream.
know.
Like,
Yeah.
I've already opened up and
You want to do
spilled.
like just a quick paraphrase version of it?
I was Jar Jar Binks. I thought Jar Jar Binks was really cool when Phantom Menace came out. I thought I hadn't seen the movie. I was like 6 or 7 years old. He looked like a cool dragon monster thing. I was like, that's who I'm gonna be. So I was Jar Jar Binks. I didn't realize that there was a clip in Phantom Menace where he loses his pants and stuff, and
You hadn't heard him speak yet.
I hadn't heard him speak. I just thought he looked like a cool lizard. So I go out on Halloween night, and all the neighborhood kids made fun of me and said that my pants were gonna drop and stuff, just like Jar Jar Binks in the movie, and it was super embarrassing. And I hope he is like the Darth Sidious character, and that they keep re-releasing Star Wars stuff, and it turns out he is like a Darth.
That would be the craziest thing, man. If that
I
is
think
the
they
case.
should do it.
He had us all fooled the whole time.
Absolutely. Then
There are
Logan
some
could be right back in
conspiracy theories.
2001. No, that he
Holy
was
shit.
a badass character.
That he is a Sith Lord, like the
Yep.
one of the ancient ones.
Yep.
Damn.
Darth Binks.
He's pulling like the usual suspects kind of thing.
Exactly.
Yep.
The
Yep.
greatest trick the devil ever pulled.
He's like the Donnie Brasco, right, of Star Wars. He's just coming in there, before you know, he was false the whole time. As far as I don't know if I have any embarrassing costumes. I remember one year, like I did make my own like Jason Voorhees, but it was mostly cardboard and paper. And the only reason why I was a little embarrassed by it was because it only further exemplified how poor I was. But I'm like, but I try to pull the whole like I'm too artistic for you guys. Like you don't understand, So there was that.
You're creative.
And there was the one year where I
Punch
remember
your own holes and stuff.
I punched my own holes, and I stole my mom's sewing kit, and just string and everything, and
That is creative.
so it's like she'll ask questions later. I just gotta prepare for that. And then there was the one year when there was this kid who was like quite like 2 or 3 grades older than me, and I thought it was just cool to kind of just hang around him. And I remember his name was Jason, and I remember one year it was like kind of like it gets dark early, so we're out there whatever, and I see Jason out there. His name's Jason. He's out there, and he's got like a buddy next to him, and I noticed he's holding a lot of candy. Like it was like too early to have that much candy. Like this is great. So I scream out, I'm like, Jason, and like they both turn around. So like his buddy's dressed as Jason Voorhees. He's like, "Where's Jason?" Right? And then it finally dawned on me, they were stealing candy. Like they were out there probably picking on those kids.
Those kids.
And I'm like, is this the time? This is not one of those fuck around find out things. So
They were the older kids that made fun of me for being Jar Jar Binks and stole my candy.
it was probably that kid. And somehow.
Yeah. Screw Jason.
Yeah, so I just got out of there, man. I was like, never mind. It's like I had my stash by then. I had like good shit. I had like the big Snickers bars and stuff. So I was like, if it was just a bag of Tootsie Rolls and candy corn, you can have that. But that wasn't the case this time.
Yeah, you can start all over. Hit up the,
exactly.
The full size again.
You can have my rolls of pennies. All right. What about you, Brian? I know you. You've had your share of costumes and.
Yeah, the one I don't know if it's the most. I mean, it's the one that I remember the most as a child was my mom. My mother made me a bumblebee costume. So it was like kind of round in the middle and it had the stripes, and then like a little headpiece that had the like the antenna. And so that was like my first memory.
Oh, not the Transformers bumblebee.
Yeah.
No. An actual like flying
Makes it
bumblebee
better.
with
Like an
wings
actual.
and stripes. Yeah, and so and of course, those are the pictures that are still around of me as a child. Is in the stupid, Bumblebee
That's a good
costume,
one.
and with the little orange jack-o'-lantern pail that all the kids had that you still see.
Yep.
But I will give my mom credit. Like, I couldn't put something like that together for any of my kids. Like, I'm like, let's go to the store and buy you something. But she's like the antenna were like these little balls that she had like put glitter, like gold glitter on, so they like shined a little bit. You know that
Yeah.
kind of
which got everywhere. Like, man, God
yes.
forbid you got into the car and that shit was just
right.
couldn't get rid of it. You'd be vacuuming that stuff for weeks, man.
Yeah. My best, my wife and I a few years ago went to this Halloween party as Google Maps.
Stop.
So we both, I think she had an A and I had a B, and it was like point A to point B, and we had like kind of roads on our
Oh my
shirt.
God.
That was pretty funny. That worked out good. It was something kind of easy we could make, I think we had those little, like the red like icon of like the point. We had those around our heads. It was pretty good. I'm sure there's a photo of it somewhere.
Clever is a good thing to be as a Halloween costume.
Yeah.
If you can pull that off.
Yeah. The funny ones I see are the ones where like it looks like the alien's hauling you away. It's like you were one of those. Like that's when that came out like the first time. I'm sure it was people are used to seeing it now, but it was kind of cool the first time. Yeah. So I think we covered most of that. That's a good question. I don't think we covered that question last year. I mean, you did talk about Jar Jar Binks, but it wasn't that kind of phrasing that with that sort of question. So we still yet to find out if he is a Sith Lord. I think he is.
I hope he is.
We'll find out in the next 6 or 7 movies.
Yeah, whatever Disney decides to ruin beforehand.
There'll be little Easter eggs along the way.
But now that you're here, we'll continue with you, Brian.
Oh, are we showing stuff now? Yeah.
Yeah.
Since I don't really do like collection updates.
Nice King Diamond though.
Yeah. Well, this is fitting too because it's
yes.
This is from the Metalhead box a few years ago, and so I basically have 1 month where I can wear it, so I wear it like once a week. Tonight's the night.
We talked about how like metal's pretty Halloween, but then there's like where the Halloween it's a little too Halloween for certain metal, like that one, like that t-shirt. It's made specifically for Halloween.
Yes. It's King Diamond might be the most Halloween metal icon there is.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll do this actually came to me through our mutual friend Jeff over at Gas Masks and Hand Grenades.
Oh, yeah.
Sent me some VCLT a while back. This is a reissue of Reanimator soundtrack, which is a movie I love. And this is Waxwork Records, which we have talked about before, and I shop at a lot. Really nice, like kind of reimagined cover. I love the green. And I think, the actual record is like kind of a neon as well.
Man, they do some of the best packaging. Like they completely get it. Like they nail the colors, and even people who are like they bitch about colored vinyl. Like the Waxworks, for some reason, they always get it right.
Yeah, this is really well done, and I think this was so I don't know if you can see on the spine there. There it is. So this was actually the first one.
Was that the first one?
The first one they ever put out, or got the licensing for, yeah. Wow, so this is like a repress. I mean, it's probably like the 4th pressing or whatever, but pretty cool soundtrack. It's got a nice gatefold, really cool artwork. Jeffrey Combs.
It doesn't get lumped in often as like a zombie movie because it's different. It's a
little more. It's a little more horror comedy, but it's got a nice amount of gore and fun kills too.
Just the him walking around with his head is always my favorite.
Yeah,
thing. And he's wearing like a mannequin head in its place.
Yeah, the Dr. Hill's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, you guys ever seen the sequels, Bride Reanimator or Beyond Reanimator?
So Bride,
just the first one.
Isn't there like a
play? Like they do like a play where they throw like fake blood at you or something like that. That's what I heard.
Oh, maybe they do. I've never heard that. That'd be cool. But Beyond Reanimator is I think the third one, and that takes place in a prison, so it's kind of a cool take on it. If you run out of if you're tired of watching the original, I mean the sequels are always a little lesser, but they're fun every now and then.
Cool.
It might be. For some reason, I thought it might have been glow in the dark, but it's not. Never mind. False.
I mean, if you're gonna do glow in the dark, that would be a good one. I mean,
yeah.
That's one to go with. I know, like some people are not fans of glow in the dark vinyl or whatever, but like I got a few. I don't have issues with them. I mean, maybe I just never got a really bad batch. I don't know. Yeah. But for something like that, shit, man, like that's completely
that would work. If you had a nice setup where you could.
I guess I'll do the movies that you pulled that also. But before I show one particular one, I forgot to show one crafty thing. So this is a version of Child's Play that came out, right? I looked at it. It's really strange. I know, you guys ever seen this one? So it's one of the ones with like the tip in, like it's got like see it comes out, right? So here's like the original cover. And if I get the glue off, like the glue is really on there. Here we go. But what's special about this is that it's meant to be like a coloring, like it's got a mini coloring book.
Oh, cool.
So here you go. So you color your own movie cover.
And then you can insert it as the cover.
Yeah, which is I think that's the premise behind this really weird looking cover right here. So I didn't catch on to that right away. And they got like 28 days later. Vampire Hunter, Black. So it just kind of goes on to this whole Carrie, obviously Child's Play, The Fly, Devil's Due, Hills Have Eyes, From Hell. And then we got Jeepers Creepers, and we got Jennifer's Body. I had to include that one in there. And so on and so forth. And of course, you gotta have killer clowns.
Oh yeah,
something that's colorful. It's got to be that one, right? So yeah, Other Side of the Door, Poltergeist. So it just so on and so forth. Return of the Living Dead, and so if you're looking for the rest, they all kind of look like this. So
so they're all kind of in that. It's kind of all those other movies do that.
It's like a series they did.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Which I wasn't aware of. So, and I don't have most of these on Blu-ray. So now when I see them around, I'm like, shit. Like I see what you're trying to do now. You know, it's like, you know, when you got the special toy in the cereal box, it was like maybe 4 or 5. You ended up buying like 10 boxes because you know you
gotta collect them all.
Yeah, like well, unfortunately here at least you see what you're getting, so it's not that bad.
It's not a blind buy. I wouldn't mind getting the Poltergeist one. That was one of the first horror movies I saw as a kid, and it still freaks me out.
Yeah, that's Jax opened up with the paranormal thing, and like,
okay,
that is definitely one movie that had actual paranormal shit going on, like while they were filming it, which is like,
oh yeah, because there were real dead bodies.
Yeah. That clown scene, man, like that traumatized me for a while.
It was paranormal Activity.
Movie. That was another one. That was one of those. What do you call it? The camera footage thing, right?
Yeah.
Found footage.
And that's one of those movies that brought on a bunch of imitators. Like it's like, you know, like Blair Witch did that, right? Everybody started doing that kind of thing too.
Yeah, Blair Witch for a while. I remember seeing that in the theater, and it was at that time people were still kind of thinking it was real, like a real documentary where they found this, found the camera, and this is This is the footage that was on it.
That's pretty clever, honestly. That's
That movie
pretty,
did really
pretty
well.
clever marketing tool.
Didn't Cannibal Holocaust start that?
Yes.
Well,
wasn't it a rumor that like the actors didn't come back so that they actually
they actually had the director on trial for murder unless the actors appeared.
For like animal killings.
I didn't know about it. I actually bought
animal killings, like they killed a turtle and other.
Yeah, they had like actual animal killings, which is disturbing to watch now. But at the time, I mean, there was other disturbing things going on. For its time when it came out, it's like shit, man. Talk about pushing the envelope.
Because that was early 80s, right?
It was the early 80s or was it late 70s?
70s.
Late 70s.
I bought it on VHS. I didn't know what it was. Like I thought it was like just another like Fulci thing or whatever. And I bought it and I put it in there. I'm like, oh, this is like a documentary thing or whatever. And like as I progressed, it got more and more disturbing. And I'm like, okay. And I realized like, man, like who are the real savages? It's not the natives. It's like it's the fucking people filming this thing. So anybody know this thing?
Fly.
The
fly, right? So talk about stuff that creeped me out, man. So this is not a Waxworks thing, but this is just an older. This is a 2016 pressing actually, and it's got a cool like lenticular thing going on. Cool. So it's one of those movies that one of the best things Jeff Goldblum ever did. That I like that he's done. Just to this day, man. Like the sequel is pretty good too. It's just makes you wonder like one day we're gonna screw up and this is gonna happen like in real life. So I don't want to be that test subject where like you're gonna get the Captain America Super Soldier program and then a fucking fly gets in or whatever, and like, then you're fucked.
Yeah, this is the first Cronenberg movie I ever saw.
Oh, mine too, for sure. That final transformation, and really, besides him, no one died in the film, right? I think that was like one of the crazy. Did he kill anyone?
People definitely got hurt.
Well, he ate a dude's leg, if I remember correctly.
What about that? Yeah, what was there like an ex
like girlfriend or something?
Boyfriend of Gina Davis.
Oh.
Did he die? Maybe he just like you said, I think
he got hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah, my memory's a blur. But it's one of those where like it's been long enough now. I should rewatch it. But I just remember it like, being pretty scarring like, for a while. It's just because it had practical effects and the whole deal, which is always better.
The body horror.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, I really don't remember that version, but I remember like the 60s version, I think it was. Only because the ending, I was like 6 or 7 years old. And mind you, my mom was like a boomer, so that was like her generation right there. I just remember like how I can't remember the whole movie, but I remember this specific part. I don't know if it was the wife or what, but I do remember like how he was, the fly head, and then it was all man, right? And they were trying, I guess, to find the head and the fly or whatever. At the end, you could hear like him saying, help me. He's stuck in a web, and then the spider's coming. And then one of the guys grabs the rock and goes like that. So I remember that part very, very well. But it is one of those movies like, yeah, I should probably rewatch that one. And the only reason why I even know the Jeff Goldberg one, I think that's his name, is because do you guys remember that? I think it was VH1. I'm not sure. No, it was E when they had like top 100 scary movie moments.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
I loved watching that because it opened me to stuff and I got more invested in horror films after that. I still think it's stupid that Jaws was number one. But then again, I guess if we think realistically, I guess.
If we're talking first horror movies ever seen, that was one of mine, was Jaws. And that scared the shit out of me. There's that scene where the dude's, you just see the dude's leg sinking to the bottom.
Yeah. Because that movie made you like actively not want to go in the water.
Yep.
It's just you hear about shark attacks all the time too. Like, but you don't hear about like undead zombies going around chopping people with machetes. Like, if I do, I'll let you know. But I don't think the probabilities are that very low.
I'm just trying to figure out, like, why would anybody in the 90s believe that a killer whale will be your friend? I'm just trying. And they attack more.
Now we know.
And they're even worse than even the great whites like them. So I'm just like, how?
Yeah, that's very bad marketing. I think the kids will be deceived once they find out the truth. You know what I mean? It's like bears, right? Like they're not Winnie the Pooh. Like they're not that docile. Like they
Yeah, but at least it was a cartoon and it wasn't like an animatronic or a realistic animatronic, At least Jaws was like, yeah, this could happen to you, That's why you shouldn't be in the water. So
you want to talk a scary animal? Hippopotamus. Ooh. Those guys.
And they kill more people actually than a lot of other animals. Shit. I didn't even think about that.
The crocodile run for its money, I'm pretty sure.
That's
I mean, are you guys following Moo Dang, the cute little hippo type?
That's what I was gonna mention, and now we're talking about Moo Dang. I was trying to remember his name. It was some
yeah.
Moo Dang all the deaths better though.
It's like the only animal that has a chance against a hippo is maybe an elephant. That's about it. You know what I mean? Like it's just they're like up top of the heap of
it's
killers.
Like they basically run in the water. Is weird. Like I saw videos of it. It's like they're running in the water, So that's what's really weird.
Yeah, I never looked at Hungry Hippos the same way again. Once I learned the truth, it's like man, that could have been my arm, not these little balls. I think you're up, Jax.
Oh, okay. Well, basically, let me just segue off of that then. What would have been, since I'm guessing we're all familiar with 100 Scary Movie Moments from, it was E. What movie got you interested in investing, basically, and what opened up more? I mean, it could be hard because there was a lot of movies for me, at least. But I'm just.
You mean like a gateway kind of thing to get you more?
Well, yeah, just what movie did you never think of watching, or like, oh, I should watch it, or something like that, right? And then, yeah, maybe it opened up a few more doors for you, and it was a gateway. Like, obviously, for me, it was like the Italian horror films with Dario Argento. I mean, I already touched on from how I like listening to the soundtrack and how I think Chernobyl is a little underrated and stuff. Even his shitty, like early 90s films, like even the soundtrack to that was good. Like I know, like, yeah, for me it was like Suspiria, because when you saw like all those death scenes, I was like, it was different because you also got to remember I come from the slasher era. So I came from Scream. I came from I Know What You Did Last Summer. So, and they kind of like almost fed off like Jason, where they slowly killed you a little bit, but with a twist. So that was different to me. And obviously I heard of Jaws, obviously, but that was like different to me, even though it was already done. And that kind of opened the gateway for me, and even to do special effects makeup. So what would have been something from that series that opened you to a whole new genre of films? Yeah. If you watched it, sorry, maybe not all of you guys watched it.
No, I mean, for me, I guess I don't know about specifically from that series, though. I know I definitely have seen like a Watch Mojo, or maybe even that too. Horror was one of those genres of film where it was only me like discovering it. Like when you're growing up, I was watching a lot of like the 80s action films and stuff like that. Like that's what my dad enjoyed, and that's what I would watch with him. But horror was something that I had to venture out kind of on my own, and films that really did just blow the door off of it and like make me want to dive in more. Well, first off, of course, was The Thing. That's my absolute favorite horror film, probably one of my favorite movies overall, and just the practical effects. So now whenever I'm like searching for a film, the bar is set incredibly high because of The Thing and its practical effects. I'm looking for effects that are just as good, if not.
You started with like the final boss, man. That's the problem.
Exactly. Absolutely. I would also say the Evil Dead series too was pretty big and formative for me. And then finally Hellraiser would be the other one. Like that kind of makes up my horror movie tastes. Like definitely like centered in the 80s and practical effects, but like a good, other world. I love like Lovecraftian movies, anything based on something that we can't even imagine. Like if you guys have seen The Void, like stuff that's like that is perfect. And then like demons and stuff as well, like Hellraiser. It's awesome. I actually like Sinister too, which is kind of a little similar to that. But yeah. So those three films and genres or franchises for sure.
It's funny how you said Watch Mojo, because I think that's how the film A Serbian Film was introduced to me.
Ah, yes.
I love that movie. It's fucked up, but I love it. One of the fewest films I own on Blu-ray, to tell you the truth.
No way.
You have that on Blu-ray? Dude.
I remember, I think Dennis from Analog Archives brought it up in a stream one time, and it made me kind of...
Did you watch it?
I mean, I watched parts of it, and I don't even know like how I got a hold of it. Like,
it was free on YouTube for a while. That's
maybe that's what it was. You know what? It was probably on YouTube, and I watched. I mean, I didn't watch it. I didn't sit down and watch the whole thing, but I watched parts of it.
I think what it is with me, it's a little hard with me also to talk about or any kind of movie or series, because after doing special effects and everything, my mind is trained differently. That's why I really don't like talking about movies or anything like that, because I'm just like, oh, really? That scared you? With and I'm not trying to talk down about it. It's just your mind is so programmed, and if you think somebody who did like makeup is bad, wait till you meet the writers. Those are worse. Those are worse. And then like for me, that baby scene, spoiler alert if you guys haven't seen it, but that's in an hour into that movie is where it goes off crazy. So when she gives birth to that baby, I'm not going to say what they're going to do. You can look it up. Trust me, it's all over. But I could tell they forgot to cut something. There's called like a seam or something like that. And they didn't remove that. So to me, my mind was already programmed. Oh, they didn't do that to the foam. So I'm over here thinking something else. But then also I saw how they cut. I'm like, they didn't even show anything. It was just the cries that was hurting you. The cries. So that's what it was. So I'm so programmed to see it at a different angle. That's why I could understand why you'll find it disgusting. And also because I try to understand, well, I don't know anything about this country. And they're saying it's a very political movie and this is how they feel. What the fuck happened with Yugoslavia? So
that's crazy to hear, actually. I did not realize.
Yeah, when you look into more of the movie, because I did like my I guess investigation. But yeah, that's what the director said. He's like, these were all well-known Serbian actors, and this is how we feel how our government has treated us.
Gotcha.
Wow.
I guess okay, I can see that.
I think it's also important too, like what age you watch these movies. At a time when a lot of stuff was coming out. Like one of my movies was The Gate.
Nice.
I was like maybe 7 or 8 when that came out, and young, but Steven Dorff was in it, and it's just like had elements like they had like heavy metal and backward spinning records and levitation and little minions, and it had like a little bit of everything kind of going on, and it's just like kind of had my eyes just wide open the whole time, and the way that movie approached. Now, the practical effects was not as good as something like Hellraiser, and you can't compare. Obviously, the budget was not as big, but they did quite well for what it was, and the limited budget that it had. I think some of the best directors can take a really small budget and do a whole lot with it and get you to feel something, without needing too much. Again, Argento could do that with the thrillers, I actually watched this recently, so I'll just pull myself up real quick so you can see. It's got a cool little. I showed you the fly lenticular, right? Like, so this is the
I watched a little bit of that.
It's interesting. Like, it's a little it's like a narrative on Fulci.
Yeah.
So for those who don't know, which is kind of crazy, because he appeared on one of those horror conventions back in '96, and he didn't know. He was secluded for like a long time, and he didn't know he had this gigantic cult following. The guy had a very miserable. He was depressed most of his life. His wife committed suicide. His kid got her into she was paralyzed. She got the Christopher Reeve basically incident where she was kind of paralyzed.
Right, from riding a horse or something.
What was her name? Camilla, I think it was. So Camilla appears in this, and you can tell she's quite old, and and she died like some 2 or 3 months after they filmed this. so that they got her right in the nick of time. She was able to talk about her dad. I think he has one other daughter who's still alive and well. But when you look at something like this movie and the arts and how seriously he took things, because one thing that stuck with me was in that film was the line where his personal life was a mess. The guy did not really seem like he held it together. But when he was on set, he was a completely different guy. Like he was a bit of a perfectionist, and he demanded certain kind of discipline from his staff and production crew and all that stuff. And really interesting. I definitely recommend it. You could probably watch it for free somewhere, on one of those services. But I liked it so much. I just picked it up. I said, this is pretty cool. Plus, I love lenticulars.
That's pretty cool.
But yeah, so when you think of like movies that kind of inspired you and just kind of got you into the gateway, Zombie, it's definitely one of them. That cover was so vivid. Everybody's trying to do something crazy and creative with the cover. Zombie makes no jokes. It's just a fucking zombie ass face with the worms, and it doesn't try to be anything else. It's just like, look, fucker, here I am. This is my skull face with the worms. It is what it is.
When I started getting into like horror more, I remember the website there was a website called Joe Blow. That might still be around. Joe
the
Blow.
movie reviews, right?
Movie reviews, yeah. But they also had a message board that they would do like DVD trading or DVD-R trading. And so I did a lot of trading that way to get some of these Italian, to get like Suspiria and Phenomena and the Fulci.
Those were like imports that were hard to find, right?
Right, yeah. I mean, you couldn't. I mean, the video stores may not have them. And this was like early 2000s, Netflix was starting to come around. So you get some of that through the mail order. When you used to get like 3 out at a time, they'd send you the actual disc in the envelope. And so I, make copies of those and then have some stuff to trade people. And I still have those, but that was like the first time I was able to see some of these weird movies I had only heard about, like City of the Living Dead and the kind of the more obscure stuff, which really isn't really obscure now. I mean, there's death metal bands with Fulci as their name. I mean, everybody kind of knows, but at the time it was new to me.
What's crazy is you have these horror movie conventions, right? There was just one out in PA, and it's like you get all these people coming in from the production crew, some of the actors, and it's just cool. I mean, a lot of them are old now, but they're still meeting up with fans or whatever. One reason why I follow what's the name? I follow Jason, who also posts all the stuff he does when he goes to the conventions. He has the Doug Bradley and all these guys. He's just meeting all these people and just getting autographs, and it's just like, dude, you look around, these people are still out there, and they're just so happy to still have fans, still this work that they did some 40, 50 years ago, like, it still has a following, and it might have been forgotten about for 20, 30 years, and finally it's getting a resurgence. And then people like you who've been finally getting a hold of these DVDs, even if they're DVD-Rs, like it's like the old tape trading days where you couldn't get that old death metal and stuff. You had to get it through some mail order or some shit, or trading, and DVDs kind of had a way of doing that too, which is pretty cool. But
going back to Jack's question, when I was younger, HBO and Cinemax would have horror movies on, at after dark. And one of the scenes that stands out to me was from Hellraiser 2. Oh. When the psychiatrist gives his patient,
was it on the mattress?
On the mattress, and the straight razor, and he's having the hallucination or that the maggots or the worms are in his skin, and he just
that was disturbing.
Starts going at it. That one still like creeps me out a little bit when I see it from how it scarred me as a child.
Man,
that was a scene, and help from Hellraiser 2 for sure.
Yeah,
that freaked me out.
I think Hellraiser 2 also came out just at the right time. It's like sometimes when you wait too long to make a sequel, it just loses that magic.
Kind of what Texas Chainsaw.
Exactly. As much as I like Dennis Hopper, but
Yeah.
it didn't have the same magic the original one did. I did make a poll related to that, so thank you for reminding me, which I'll get to when it's.
That's funny because I was looking on like Amazon Prime of stuff to watch, and I was like, I've never seen Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2. Maybe now is the time. So
It's fun. It's fun for what it is. Like I said, it doesn't have the eerie vibes like the first one did. Obviously it's a whole different decade, but it's fun. How many chainsaw fights do you see on camera happen the way they executed that? It's fun. I think we're on Logan.
Yeah. So I'm gonna show two real quick, just because it is a Tuesday night.
Yeah.
So we're talking about movie soundtracks, but also VCLT. So I want to show off. Brian's a great benefactor over here. Thank you, Brian.
Yeah,
he is.
Radiated Remains by Grave Ripper. This is a quick little EP that really is perfect. I love the Toxic Holocaust vibe from it, just in the album cover and like the dude in the radiation gear and stuff.
Yeah, nothing goes better with
the hazmat
radiation theme than Black and Thrash speed metal.
Exactly. And this has a good bit of death in it too. I feel like it's got like almost at the borderline death thrash, which I like that intensity here. Yeah. So I've been this has been on spin for a couple days now in a row. So
nice,
thanks, Brian. Great band overall. I've only heard their new album like once or twice, but it's good. It came out last year. I don't remember the name of it, but
it was it's on I don't remember either. I think I just got it on my last order from
both on Wise Blood
Wise Blood.
Right, you can see the owl, and then the movie soundtrack, which is another one. Ooh, Brian here.
Oh yeah,
They Live.
I saw your post on that too.
They Live. Yes, I was listening to this last night. I'm doing so every Halloween. I have an Instagram which I try to post fairly frequently. But every Halloween there's all of these tags that I just love. It's my favorite month to do any of these, so I try to keep up with it. So follow me on Instagram if you haven't.
He's quite a wordsmith. If you don't get the wordsmith thing from his videos, you'll get it from his Instagram.
You do not get them from the videos. But
very
Instagram, there's a chance. But this might be my favorite packaging of any record that I have right here. I mean, it's just.
I believe is that Mondo?
It's
Mondo. Yeah, I remember that.
Mondo. Yep. And I mean, it's an advertisement, and then in the advertisement, They Live.
Yep.
And then of course you got the classic scene outlined in the comic. I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass.
And I'm all out of bubblegum.
I'm all out of bubblegum.
Rest in peace, Roddy Piper, man.
Rest in peace, Roddy Piper. And then of course the album itself is The Eye. So gotta love that.
Yep, very cool packaging.
And like the soundtrack itself is super unique, I think, for a horror movie. It's got like this kind of Western twang to it. It's like, a traditional like John Carpenter, but then at the same time there's some different elements there that separates it from like his Thing soundtracks and his other works.
Yeah, well, it worked out. It makes sense when you watch the movie, and he's wandering into town on the train tracks and looking for work, and he's the lone traveler. It's a unique film. I think theme.
The whole vibe is unique. And sorry, I'll fix this off camera.
Can I just say something, Jax? You're not much of a vinyl collector, right?
I do. I have vinyls. I just don't have space like he does to put them all. So I had to put them away. So so that's why I don't have them up and just showing you, because I have that same AFI one he has. I have a few Misfits, but yeah, I do collect them. I just don't have as much as you guys, and I don't have enough space.
I was gonna say, like, if you're low on space, but like, man, some of that Mondo Waxwork stuff, it's like. You could just hang it on your wall. It's just like the artwork is so beautiful and some of that stuff. And they go all out. It's just ridiculous. Like I guess I've been telling people who don't collect vinyl, it's like check out some of the soundtracks like here, because I think people connect more with movies. If you're not like even if you're not like a big music person, like I'm sure we all know people in our circle who are not into the stuff we're into, but people can relate to movies. It's like some of these soundtracks, it's just cool little items to have.
Yeah.
Even if you're not going to spin it that often, like I don't put these soundtracks on really that frequently. It's not something that, only when a mood really, really strikes, but it's not really something that I put on as often as like a Grave Ripper CD or something like that.
But when you're in the mood and it hits perfect. So I will say, I feel like this movie's, even more relevant these days than it was back in the 80s when it came out.
Oh shit, yeah, man. I had one of those Funko Pops of one of the little, I guess the aliens.
Those are cool.
I gave it to a friend because it was kind of related to that. It's like there's some shit going down, and
this is kind of ironic.
Sleeping.
Consume.
Yeah.
Buy.
You got that right. Scroll, like,
subscribe. Man, it's crazy. Brian.
Oh, my. Well, another pressing of this is from Death Waltz. Another good one that makes soundtracks. And this is of Suspiria.
Oh yeah, we were talking about that
one I needed in my collection for a while, and finally got it. So this is a nice on blue, classic Goblin soundtrack. And I bring this up because Goblin just announced U.S. tour dates for December. And so yeah, I'm got that on the calendar to finally go check out Goblin play live. That'll be cool. Or Claudio Simonetti's Goblin. So yeah, pretty cool, creepy soundtrack here. Obviously one of their most iconic, next to probably Dawn of the Dead, as far as their soundtrack work goes. But pretty cool pressing. Sounds good, and one of the ones I needed. The big major soundtrack pieces I needed to get into the collection. So here it is. Cool. It's got a nice kind of vintage looking inner sheet. The paint, the stained glass there. So yeah, overall, really nice addition here.
It's projects like that make me want to just apply, get a job there, man. Like there's gotta be a position for Dreadful Rick to slide in there and do a little, get involved with the art team, and just still have me. Just put me anywhere, man. Put me in the corner, just as long as I'm there.
Rick, just send them your YouTube channel, and they should
send
you a job.
You could design maybe you design the Obi strips.
Hey, I'll be fine with that. Like, dude, I know you got your covers covered, but just let me have this one. Let me have the little corner of the Obi strip. I'm good.
I also picked up the Death Waltz Mondo pressing of Deep Red. I kind of got those at the same time, so I've been going back and forth listening to both those. Both very good.
All right.
Yep.
And that stuff they'll keep in circulation, man, because they'll continue getting new fans and new people exploring that horror and bang up these soundtracks, man. Like I know they've run out of copies and they just repress them.
Oh yeah. Are any of you guys planning on seeing Goblin when they come through the States? A month or two.
They might.
I didn't even know they were coming.
They just announced tour dates. I just saw them.
Let me see.
Let me see right now.
I know December. I think the date I'm going to is like December 14th. It's the.
So is it like a December kind of thing? Well, let me see.
I believe so. Maybe it starts in November.
It's this iteration of Goblin. I know they've had different lineups over the years.
Right.
Claudio's still doing it, man. After all these years, that guy, I don't know, man. He has that fuel.
Oh, they are coming out. Oh shit! I'm not gonna be able to go.
How close are they coming to you, Jax?
Like on a weekday or
They're
something?
very close. They're in downtown LA. So, and I'm like, not out. It's still LA, but I'm more towards the beach. Basically near Inglewood and all those areas. But yeah, they're not that far. Damn, I wish I could go, but I already asked for. Well, I didn't ask for it off, but King Diamond is coming on Black Friday here. And he's very close in Inglewood. So I'm like, fuck. So I have to really talk to my store manager and be like, hey, I could open, but I'm not closing.
Yeah.
So I'll work with you because and I don't even know why. I work at Sephora. We don't have sales. We're owned by Louis Vuitton. That shit ain't going to happen. so I'm like, why are you making us all be here that day? So that made me mad. But I was like, look, whatever. I'll come in. I'm just going to open and then I'm going to leave towards over there right away. So I already had the nagger for that. So I can't nagger for something else like that.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Pick your battles when it comes to
I will be seeing King Diamond this coming Saturday. Very excited for that. It'll be my first time.
Are you gonna wear that shirt to the show?
You think it's too much?
It's perfect.
You're wearing the right month. You know what I'm saying? Like this is the month. He might appreciate it. You look at it and be like, he'll pull you out of the crowd. That guy there with the glasses, with the shirt. Yeah. Come on stage.
With the
just say Graham on the mic. Just
the
do it.
orthotics on. I wonder I don't know how close I'm gonna be able to get. It's probably gonna be packed.
Also, excuse me as I'm eating a sandwich. I got hungry.
Hey,
well, yeah, it's
this is a hangout.
Time.
Do whatever, kick your feet up, whatever. Okay, I'll do two things. So we're talking about like movies that inspired us, and someone brought up Evil Dead. Was that you, Logan?
Yeah.
As far as movies that inspired you, have you seen the musical?
I have not. I'm a poser.
I should have pulled the CD. I actually got the CD first, and I never actually seen the live show, and but you can watch it in DVD. I think you can watch this on YouTube for free. I forget which city. I know they do different cities. This one is the what is it? The Montreal 04 version of it, and then there's the Chicago. Yeah, it includes the Chicago 07 show. So, interesting thing. I just picked it up. Used somewhere. It's a DVD. It's a DVD-R. It's not like it's anything, whatever. But fun little thing, man. This thing is very self-aware. It makes fun of itself. Like it knows what it is. It doesn't try to be anything. Not like Evil Dead was anything highbrow anyway to begin with. But it take that ante, just up it up even more in a comedy, and you got jokes aplenty. This is a very dreadful recommend. If you look for something again, if plays aren't normally your thing, but if you love Evil Dead and you love horror comedy, and it's very self-aware, this will scratch that itch. Now for something a little more serious. So I got this. I got the 7-inch, right? It's supposed to be a soundtrack, but there's only like 2 songs on her. So this is a precursor to what would have been something like Chainsaw Massacre. As we know, when Chainsaw Massacre came out, was it 74? I think it was 74. And it was like a big deal. It's like, the whole Ed Gein influence, and, it's like a bunch of other movies have kind of that thing going on. And then we got 3 on the Meat Hook.
Oh, man. Jeez.
This thing. So it's a band called American Express. And it's very much like that sort of, that wah-wah pedal shit and stuff that's, at the time, kind of stuff. It doesn't sound like anything that's like a soundtrack. But I'll read the back. Like Deranged and the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, this exciting horror movie, I don't know, I won't call it exciting. It's based quite extensively on the gruesome deeds of real-life killer Ed Gein. The villain, Charles Kissinger, meets a fate similar to Tony Perkins' Psycho, while his innocent son is blamed for the murders of several young girls. They're really upselling this thing. It's the quality's done on probably the cheapest camera that you could get away with as far as recording movies at the time. It's very, very low budget, you can tell. And what's interesting about this is this was Linda Thompson's first movie. This was like her first acting role. It came in this cool little pink, red, or whatever. Nice little novelty thing to have. But Linda Thompson, it's obviously one of the girls. And when you run to the scene in the movie when there's 3 girls on the meat hook, you just want to like pause it right there and be like, that's the name of the movie. That is the name of the movie. There's 3 girls on the meat hook. I'm saying this while you're eating a sandwich. It's probably not. It's just like a hell of a first acting role. Linda Thompson, you guys know, like she lost her virginity to Elvis. Like this girl is quite a wild ride. She's married to, at the time it was Bruce Jenner. For years. I don't know if you knew that.
You should write her biography.
And David Foster too. Yeah.
Yeah.
And she's mother to Brody and all them. Yeah.
Was she in Chips and a few other things? I don't know if she's doing much nowadays.
California Highway Patrol.
Was she in Chips? Right.
That's what it stands for. Mm-hmm.
Is that the TV show?
With Eric Estrada. Yeah.
Yep.
Nice. That show. That's one of the best.
Yeah, fun stuff. I don't know if you guys actually, I'm sure you could probably watch it for free somewhere. Again, it's like a no flake, but this is a thing that was out of the time that was inspired. I mean, people like to talk about Chainsaw Massacre. It's like, but this thing came out before, man, like a good nice 2 years before Chainsaw Massacre. It's not nearly as fast moving. It's not as interesting. The quality's not there, but it's like, imagine a prototype of Chainsaw Massacre work in progress. So it's a nice kind of a first thing to build upon. But if I had to choose this between this and Chainsaw Massacre, obviously Chainsaw Massacre. It's the way to go. But yeah. All right, man. I know you're short on time, but if you want to,
Yeah, I mean, I probably got till 11.
Or wait,
it's another 40 minutes.
Was Jack's next? But if you're short,
next, yeah.
But if you're short on time, you're like,
They were just almost done.
was eating yours.
We got a sandwich break here.
I'm doing a good job so far. Look at this.
You are. I'll cut in line for this one because I'll have a topic question kind of. So I do enjoy those albums which make me think of anthology series, right? Do you guys ever have those albums where each song seems like a separate story about like a horror movie scenario?
Like Mortician?
Yeah. Oh, that's a good band.
But it's like almost more like a unique, like, something fully separate, not like, because Mortician is just using horror movie samples and stuff.
Yeah.
So for me, like this album by Demolition Hammer, Torture of Existence, kind of has that like anthology vibe. Like we get Neanderthal, which is just a song about Neanderthals killing stuff and dismembering. That sounds pretty brutal. Infectious Hospital Waste, song about like potential zombie apocalypse. Hydrophobia, which is actually about dogs specifically, because it opens up with like the dogs barking and everything like that, and about someone being eaten alive by a dog. And then final song, Cataclysm. So these are all just a bunch of songs just kind of like jammed together, all with different like fears and horror movie elements in it. And I love that from a album. And I enjoy anthologies as well, which awesome album cover. By the way,
you know who does that really well? Now that you mentioned is Broken Hope.
Yeah,
Broken Hope too. The Waterlogged and the Pitbull Grin and and the guitar player is actually like I think he's written a few horror novels. Jeremy Wagner.
Yep.
So the lyrically, it's all kind of makes sense. He's writing little short stories within each song.
Exactly.
Chemically castrated.
He's the only original member left, right? Nobody else is on that band.
Yeah, that's true.
Huh.
Yep. A modern band that did that on this album, at least. Revocation. Existence is Futile. They got The Brain Scramblers, which is about an alien race that comes and eats people's brains and stuff. Reanimaniac, sounds familiar. The best track on here is track 10, Leviathan Awaits, which one of those beautiful revocation kind of like clean guitar outros, but about just it definitely makes me think of the movie kind of Leviathan. Yeah, definitely. Which, yeah, just any kind of monster at sea film. Awesome stuff. And what is your guys' favorite anthology film? For me, it would have to be Creepshow 2. Rick, you mentioned that earlier with
The Raft.
Yes,
with the
Raft. The Raft
the-
carries it.
This guy.
Yeah, but Chief Woodenhead helps too.
I think for me, it was really, it was one of the first ones I saw that got me into was VHS, both 1 and 2.
Mm-hmm.
It is funny because usually they save the best ones for last. But I think I just liked the whole fact that it was just like a fucked up film and nobody knew where it was going. I liked it. And I think the one video that they watched that freaked me out the most, actually, almost anything alien like freaks me out. And I just remember where they were doing the webcam. You got to think about it too. They were like Skyping, and yet it's on a VHS tape. So it's like how, and so it was that video where they were doing the long distance relationship, and she had something in her arm, and where you thought they were like ghost kids, but they end up being like aliens, and the guy was like in on it.
I haven't seen that one. Yeah.
That one was the one that fucked me up the most. Just that fucked me up, but it was just like,
it sticks with you.
Yeah. And I just remember too, because like my mom was always into horror films. We just had different tastes in horror films, I guess you could say. So, and I just remember watching that. This is when Netflix used to have it. And I'm just watching the first one, and, they got all the way to the last one. Then they show you what's going on in the house and all that stuff. And then it just finished, and I was just like, what the fuck? And I didn't even know my mom was in the kitchen. She's like, yeah, what the fuck? I was like, oh, shit. I was like, I didn't even know you were in there. She's like, yeah, I'm over here cooking something. I'm doing beans right now.
Did this happen before or after the Kmart incident?
No, it came out after Kmart. Yeah, after Kmart. Okay. Yeah.
I can see how that can get you on edge ever since that day.
But yeah, so I think that like the first and the second were really good, especially because the second one had a cult. It was basically off the Jonestown massacre.
Okay.
And they had 2 directors, an Indonesian one and an American one. So it was like an Indonesian cult. That shit was twisted. I fucking loved that one. But yeah, so that would have to be my favorite anthology ones. I didn't care for the ABCs of Death. It was too much. It was just too much.
Yeah.
There was one when I was a kid that freaked me out. I think it was probably Tales from the Dark Side. I think there was the movie, and it was the one with like remember the guy he met the girl in the alleyway. Wasn't that what's her name? Tommy Chong's daughter actually.
Radon
Chong, right? Like that was her.
And who's the actor?
Oh, he's a well-known one too.
Yeah, it's like
it's not Christian Slater.
Well, I think he was in that movie as a kid, and it wasn't. But
it's like for those who don't know, right? So it's like, he sees this demon or whatever, right? And he runs to this girl. The girl's like running away from the demon, and like, ends up hooking up with the girl. But like, what happened? What the demon?
He said he made him. Like promise he wouldn't tell anybody about their encounter.
Yeah, and then so I'm also spoil it because I set it up, but like it's like so hooks with this girl. I think they end up getting married and the whole deal. And then he confesses this thing to her that how he saw this demon, and then obviously the demon ended up being her.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm watching the whole time, like, don't do it, you fucking bastard.
And so she transforms into the demon, and then they had a kid too, and the kid like transforms into this this monster too. You know, a smaller version.
It's a cool sequence
It
too.
taught me a lesson, man. Like, just keep your damn mouth shut. You know, if a demon ever tells you to don't say anything, don't fucking say anything.
Keep secrets.
And Christian Slater was in the mummy portion. I forgot there was a mummy. I think the first one was with a mummy, and Steve Buscemi was also in that one.
Steve Buscemi was in it.
Yeah, my favorite one from that was the Cat from Hell, though, of the three.
Yeah, Cat from Hell was pretty good. Mine would have to be Cat's Eye, which is like anthology. They were all written by Stephen King.
Yep.
I think it was like 85 it came out. I would watch that all the time.
It's the first time I ever heard that song, Every Breath You Take.
Yeah, right. Drew Barrymore. Oh, yeah, because they had the little, the cat versus the little jester guy.
Yeah, and his blade was like this big.
But, I mean, I like them all. I thought all of them were really well done. Quitters Incorporated was such a cool concept, even from back then. Like, you hire people to kind of physically make you quit smoking, you know, by like taking appendages from your loved ones every time you have a cigarette.
Oh yeah, that's screwed up, man.
Yeah, pretty psychologically menacing. James Woods is great in that part.
Yeah,
he's always good though.
I always liked him and stuff, man. It's such a, I mean, he doesn't get brought up enough, man. Such an underrated actor. I mean, I whenever he's done stuff, I mean, I didn't realize how much stuff he was in. I don't know, watched growing up. It's like, goddamn, man, this guy was in a lot of stuff. All right, I think we skipped you, Jax. So we'll just jump right back ahead.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so going back to like the Evil Dead and all, like, what will be your guys's favorite remakes? I already know if I ask which remake you had, we're going to have like a lot of that we hate more than we love.
Oh,
I mean, you could go ahead and chime in if you want to add which ones you hated, but I'm just going to concentrate on which one I like. I knew about Evil Dead. I just never saw the original until I saw the remake. And that's what got my attention. And don't get me wrong, I still felt the original was great. The remake wasn't bad. I just felt the original was
it wasn't bad. It just didn't have the campy horror things what it lost that the original one had. I think that was the big part of the appeal.
Mm-hmm.
But for what it was, I mean, I enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was really good. It did it right. I mean, it's never going to be the original because I felt like the original, I think we could all agree, especially because they had to do what they had to do with their budgets. It was just more creepier. Whereas something is like high budget, I kind of feel like it kind of loses its touch.
Yeah.
But what would be your guys' favorite remakes, or at least like if you want to mention one you hate so much, then go ahead.
That's a lot. That's a lot I don't like.
I was actually just thinking about this. Was potentially, was going to potentially bring it up, but one that I just watched recently the other night, which is one of my favorite ones, or one that I actually think really stuck the landing, was the Suspiria remake. Did you guys see that one?
I haven't seen it.
No, but I heard it's okay.
I thought it was great. I wouldn't say it's better. I would just say it's different from the original one. Like, it's like it kind of is not a remake, really. It's definitely a reimagining, and it really doesn't even feel similar to the first one. So I think just like going in with a clean slate is the way to do it. But it's got some very unsettling scenes, just like the original, and kind of a mind-blowing ending to it, or like just a cool way. And it's definitely a bit abstract, kind of, in how they execute the storytelling. And then as far as not good remakes, I finally saw the new Ghostbusters remake recently. So, there we go.
Everything comes back around, man. Like I did show the Fly earlier. That would have been on that list. I thought the way I was really nervous about how they were gonna handle it when they announced that. And Tim Curry is still my favorite. Obviously, he's great, one of the greatest character actors when it comes to this kind of thing. But bringing on this particular newer version. I think they did it right by redesigning the costume and not try to make it look like it was the Tim Curry clown, and just kind of make it even more classical with the look and everything. It still kept kind of the feel, because the original it did kind of feel like a made for TV thing. It just had that feel and everything, whereas this new one had more of a made for the big screen kind
Well,
of
it had
element.
TV actors too. It had John Boy in there, so from the Waltons. So
And I remember when I was a kid, you know, okay, so, and you guys know this, like when it's like late in the year and the TV cart rolls into the classroom, you're like, you know, you're not gonna be doing any work. You're like, this is gonna be like a non-homework day. This is fucking awesome. And that probably means the teacher has a hangover. They just won't tell you. They just won't tell you that. We just, you know, you're thinking they're just doing. So one of those movies was It. That was the first time I watched it. Was in the classroom. Yeah.
What?
And it was all like for 4 hours or some shit. It was like, you know, that was enough to this. I'm like, this teacher must have been zonked out. Like, it was just like, what can I put on that's gonna keep it without having to keep fucking switching the tape or whatever. Like, it was it. Like,
Because It, correct me if I'm wrong, was originally a TV miniseries.
It was, right?
Right?
Like 4
it was,
episodes.
yeah.
So it was like
The
on
Stand and
network
those movies
television.
of Stephen King.
Yeah, so it's not. It does. There's no nudity. There's no cursing, right? That's
Yeah, it had what's his name from Robot Chicken, and it had a few other actors in there,
Oh.
and it was the grown-up version. By John Ritter was in it. There was a few other faces I recognized.
Oh yeah, like John Boy.
yeah, they all came from like family shows. It's funny. That was another Walton
Yes.
character right there. That was another Walton
Interesting
character.
connection. But I didn't mind the remake. And you know, I again, they always hold close to me because that was the original one I saw. But I guess what I'm trying to say, I wasn't as disappointed as I thought it was going to be. It could have really been really bad and much worse than what it was. So, you know, and they did a sequel to it. So there we go. So it must have done well enough that they did a sequel for it. So
It's funny how you mentioned that the whole the school thing or whatever. Because in high school, I had a teacher that showed us Fight Club.
No kidding.
Like, he was like, "Here, watch
Like,
this." It was towards the end of
the whole movie.
Well, no, he skipped through, you know, through that one awkward sex scene, but
What was that line? We don't
the
even
Helena,
repeat it,
whatever. Yeah, but that was the
Voluntary.
only, just that. But everything else is like we saw it. So
Well,
he
it
didn't
was a
care.
book. It
a
was
little bit of
book
sex
first,
ed
but
while we're in insert this here, and then we'll proceed.
maybe it was literature class, and he was trying to encourage you to read the book.
It was U.S.
I'm sure.
history. It was-
Yeah,
I think it was
That's a
because
tough
it was the
spot.
last week of the school year. He just didn't care.
Wow,
That's fine.
that's what it is. They're done. They're starting the summer early. You know, it's like they're starting their drinking already. They're just gonna roll in the
Oh, for
AV
sure.
cart.
They were checked out.
All right. I guess.
Well, I might go The Thing, but not necessarily the original or the Carpenter remake, but the one after that was like in the 2000s.
Dude, that's a good one. It was the prequel to the Carpenter
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, so technically, I guess maybe it's not a remake because it takes place before, you know, it takes from the perspective of the Norwegians, right? I thought it was kind of interesting because I was just the fact, like one of the creepiest things of that movie is them coming across the spaceship, you know, frozen in the ice, and them figuring out like how old it is, like it's been there for a long time, you know, like that's like, whoa, that's crazy.
That's why
I
I was.
like that one. I stamp of approval.
Yeah. Dawn of the Dawn of the Dead remake with like Ving Rhames, I thought was pretty good too. As far as like, you know, action horror type stuff, I thought it was pretty well done.
It's unfair to compare those movies to the originals because again, the feel and time and the way that people pushed the envelope back then was not the same. You're just not going to have the same shock factor. You're just not, you know, in today's context. You're trying to pull off a movie like that. It's more like a tribute fan film, and you're remaking this thing, but you're not going to have the same cult status following as you did in those originals.
It's
That's why
like
I try not to be too harsh on those.
it's like an upgraded version where everything kind of looks, they got better cameras, they've got better, not better effects, but different effects, like where they have the digital effects going on, which doesn't necessarily look better, but they can get away where they can do more things.
Yeah, and I think I said it earlier. I don't know if you were here, but it's kind of like cheating, just because you have all this stuff. But then it was the Rob Zombie discussion and how like you have all this stuff at your fingertips, but you still need to have the artistic element and eye. You just people are just going to scrutinize you more because they know how easily this is to come by now. So now you got to really push yourself to be unique and original, which is really hard to do.
And for a while there, it seemed like they were remaking just everything. Yeah. And then the remakes were getting sequels.
But
the remakes are getting prequels.
Do you think they've slowed down on that?
No, I don't. I really haven't been paying attention, but
I don't think they've slowed down.
There was the Carrie remake with what's the name, Chloe Moretz.
Yeah, which movie? Carrie.
Carrie, yeah.
No, I haven't seen it.
They did a TV remake of it. It was really bad, though.
Was it?
Yeah, that was like in the early 2000s. And then I do remember the one that came out in the late 90s. I think it was like the second Carrie or something like that. Carrie 2, I'm not sure. But she had like darker, I can't remember the actress name. I was like 9 or 10, but she had like darker hair. Yeah.
Huh. That one, completely blew past me.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's how I got introduced to Carrie in general. Then my mom told me about the original and all that. So, and then we both watched it. Like that was the thing. Like my mom was very strict on me and everything, but when it came to horror movies, she did not care. She was like, "Here you go." The same thing with action films, Rambo and all that. She was like, "Here you go." I'm like, but as soon as I listened to the devil's music, that was it.
You were taking it too far.
It's all one and the same. I think it's funny.
She put her foot down at the sign of the first pentagram.
All right, I think you're next.
Oh, me? Okay. Yeah, speaking of parents, like my mother was a big fan of Stephen King, so she had a lot of these in the 80s. She had a lot of these movies like on VHS. So one of the ones I watched a lot was Christine.
Oh yes.
Another Carpenter movie, and kind of an underrated soundtrack, or maybe I should say score. Like there was another soundtrack, like with all the classic, old time songs that were played in the movie. But I really like his score on this. It's real kind of ominous and brooding,
it's like what they did with Batman, right? It was like the Prince soundtrack, and then it was the proper Danny Elfman one.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. So I like Carpenter's. I like all Carpenter stuff. So, and this was cool because, the main character was an actor. I still don't really know his name, but I recognized him because he was Rodney Dangerfield's son in Back to School. So it was cool to see.
Oh, that guy.
yeah, that guy. Like his face, but you can't tell me his name. But yeah, so a lot of the Stephen King movies from back then, I saw a lot. And like I mentioned, Cat's Eye. She had all that stuff around, so it was something that I could watch. And like Jack said, she didn't really care because she was a fan too. So yeah. This one is on that Varice Saraband soundtrack company that makes them all. I think this is on Red. Yeah, it's Red.
Red seems very fitting.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Cool, man. I think it's probably one of the ones. If you think of all the Stephen King films, I've probably seen that one maybe the least because it wasn't on cable as often. They had all the other ones on, but that one wasn't on rotation as much.
True. Pet Sematary. What's the other one? Graveyard Shift.
Yep.
I don't want to talk down upon it, but the plot was never as interesting as the other ones that you mentioned, like a car that's gonna kill you Pet Cemetery, Graveyard Shift, The Shining, a bunch of his other stuff. I was like, man, that sounds crazy. That sounds cool. And then like, oh, watch out, it's Christine the car.
But after she crashed herself, she could put herself back together. Like a transformer almost.
I gotta watch it again. It's been a bit.
If you want a car horror night, put that and then maybe what's the other one? Overdrive, Maximum Overdrive.
Oh, now Maximum Overdrive.
They have to lock themselves in.
Maximum Overdrive. That was another one.
That one was who was in that one? Emilio Estevez, right?
Oh, Emilio Estevez. AC/DC did the kind of the soundtrack.
Yeah, it's like they snuck it in. It's like it's one of our new albums, but it's also like a soundtrack. So it's like trying to double tier it.
It's kind of like a greatest hits compilation soundtrack thing. That is so fitting, though. I love that movie.
Sneaky. All right. I'll actually I know what to pull. You guys talked about anthologies, and I cannot let Logan leave without showing him my thrift store score.
Oh, please.
So I got all this, different trips at the thrift store. And so what happens is I got like 2 or 3 at the thrift store. And I think it was a couple at the Goodwill and a couple at non-Goodwill thrift stores. But I managed to get all 7 seasons of the Tales from the Crypt.
Nice.
Box set. Talking about like fucking anthology TV shows. Like this shit. This was
That's
the
awesome.
Shit. Yep. I snuck in Tales from the Dark Side season 1, just to kind of bring it.
They had Tales from Dark Side season 1.
Actually, I got this separately. I just snuck it in there.
Oh.
But I got all these because I made it my mission. Like fuck, man. Like I got like 3 of these at the thrift. I'm like, I'm gonna just see if I'm gonna challenge myself. Took me about a year and a half or so of going in and out, and enough people got rid of them for some reason, and I got there in time. I was able to actually get. And there were times where there was like doubles. And like, all right, I already have that one, and wait to come back. And I think the hardest one to get was it 4 or 5? I think it was 5. That one took me the longest, but I finally landed it. And shit, man, like you think about everybody in Hollywood guest starring this stuff. It's like Demi Moore, Christopher Reeves, fucking Meatloaf. You know what I mean? Like they're all in this. John Nelson. It's like you had a rotating cast of people showing up for this. A lot of them were before they were in their prime or early in their acting careers. But shit, man. And the guy who did the voice, right? Was it John Cassier? Who did the Crypt Keeper's voice? Brought him some fame. He was a kind of a bit of a struggling comedian. Like, like he won Star Search. He beat out Sinbad and Rosie O'Donnell. That's a final.
There's a little bit of trivia for you. Wow. Yeah.
So he ended up. Funny thing about John Cassier was he married. I don't know if you know. He was married to Julie Benz. She played Dexter's wife.
Yep.
If you ever in that show.
Mm-hmm.
So they married May of 1998, and their divorce finalized of May 2008. So it was exactly 10 years. Crazy run. Just like how it landed exactly 10 years within that time. But man, this is forever stick with me, man. Like this is something that I gotta have some kind of physical version of this show. So I wasn't even looking for this, but I saw it in there. I was like, fuck it, I'll grab it too. I got the Demon Knight, which I also found there. The VHS.
Yeah.
Fuck, man. Like I said, I don't say many good things about Jada Pinkett nowadays, but I loved her in this.
That also had a very good heavy metal soundtrack.
It did.
Pantera from Three Gates.
That's a good point, man.
That had Fear Factory, Static. Did they have Static?
It's 90s as shit, but it's great, man. Like, for what it was. Holy fuck, dude.
I love Tales from the Dark Side. That's like my number one horror TV show.
Well, that intro was creepy as fuck, man. It's like, dude, imagine being 7, 8 years old and that thing coming on, like 11 p.m. It's time to go to bed, right? It's like that's what it's trying to tell you. But you're paralyzed. You just must sit down and watch. You know what I mean? Because the curiosity gets the best of you. And you're hoping your parents don't notice. You check the door, they think you're sleeping, and then you don't want to wake up in the morning because you're too terrified. So, that may or may not have happened to me, but I'll let you guys figure it out.
There's a YouTube channel that has like that intro music on repeat for like 3 hours. So if you
Does
want
it?
to just just put it on, chill out. Da-na-na-na-na.
The fact that someone thought to do that.
Yeah, they took the time to edit it and copy and paste.
Yeah, man. Like the Twilight Zone doesn't do much for me, man. But the Tale of the Dark Side, that shit was creepy, man.
I feel like the Twilight Zone, they had some good. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure for its time it was scary, but then if you look at the makeup, how costumey it was too, and then with everything being HD, it kind of ruins it. But I think what it is they had some stories on there that were kind of heartbreaking. That was the thing. Like with the old lady, like doesn't even know she's dead, and then there's a soldier that comes in or something like that and ends up being her dead son or something. Just knows like what Robert Redford or something like that was in there. But yeah, it was like some of it was heartbreaking, so I wouldn't really consider that as like something that like traumatized me, and not in that kind of way, like in a fear kind of way.
Man,
didn't they have an 80s version of Twilight Zone?
They had a movie, right?
Yeah, actually, there's an 80s Twilight Zone, came out in color, and what the hell's the guy's name? He was in Criminals Minds. He was like the main guy. Well, he was in that episode.
Mandy Patinkin.
Shit, was it Joe something? Fuck, I forget.
The younger guy, or like
Man Gorilla?
Yeah, the older guy, black hair.
Oh, the guy was like Montoya.
Yeah.
My name is Igneo Montoya.
Actually, that's Manny Patinkin. I know who you're saying.
We're talking about this.
The other guy. Yeah. Well, anyway, there's an episode with, remember what's her name from the Wonder Years?
The one who played Winnie or whatever.
Winnie Cooper.
Mm-hmm.
She's a young Winnie Cooper in this Twilight Zone with him, and she plays the daughter, right? And so like they go in the bunker, right? Because the world's about to explode, and he's convinced that the world is radiated. You remember that episode?
I do remember that one.
That freaked me out, man. Because they're down there, they got the bomb shelter, and they got the supplies.
You got all the food.
And it's just like, and then it turns out like the world was fine, and they've been under there the whole time.
Yes, there's everything's great up there. He was paranoid.
He just went nuts.
Went underground.
To go out there. I mean, I don't know if his Geiger counter was off. It was going off.
Right? Yeah. Oh my gosh, this is so long.
Maybe he just needed new batteries or something. I don't know. All right. I think we're back to you.
Oh god, I got a few. Okay, well, let's just stick to TV series or okay. Basically a scene. It doesn't really have to be from as TV series, or it could be from that or from a movie. What would be something that really creeped you out, like a scene in particular? So I have a couple. One is modern and the one is more older. So obviously, because I'm a 90s kid, I grew up with Goosebumps. The one to this day, and me being a practitioner, and the one I hated was the gnome episode. I do not like those fuckers at all. And then my dad coming from Mexico having like stories, and all of Latin America having stories of gnomes, or as we call them, duendes. I just remember seeing that episode and freaked me out. And then not only that, like I had a couple neighbors that had gnomes, and when I would walk home from school or something, I would try to avoid that house and everything. And it's still this day. And I remember, because like my mom, even though she was raised Mexican American, she didn't really hear the gnome stories because she was raised in Texas. And she tried to bring one home. Again, we worked at Kmart, and I remember my dad came in that day into Kmart, and my mom had a gnome in her cart. I was like, put that away. And she was like, no, I want to take. I was like, put that shit away. And I told my dad, because I was always more of a mama's girl, so I always took her side. So this is the first time I betrayed her. And I told my dad, she's trying to take a gnome home. And he was like, put that shit back. He told her straight out. And we were like, no. So that was one older episode. And the modern episode, well, it's kind of, they both froze you. So I guess, and it's funny because not today's stuff, not much bugs me, but this one did, because I like the chilling adventures of Sabrina. And obviously I could relate a lot to it because I'm pagan and stuff. And a lot of it was almost on point, almost. But the one where there's like this Christmas episode, and there was, I don't know, oh God, I don't remember. It was like a fake Santa Claus or a fake elf or whatever, was stealing children and turning them into like these, like a statue, like some kind of Christmassy elf statue, like almost like how a gnome would freeze you. So that one was pretty creepy. So what would be like your guys's like scenes?
It's like Han Solo and that carbonite thing.
Kind of, yeah. But they look realistic, kind of like how the Balenciaga scandal, where they think the fashion designers are like getting their models and not mummify them, but like turning them into mannequins. The actual designer. There was a huge scandal with that.
There's like formaldehyde or something.
Yeah, no, because even like, I didn't personally see it, but I passed by the Balenciaga store. But I know one of my coworkers used to work around that area, and she said, "No, dude, I saw the model. It looked like a real human. It was scary."
Oh, jeez.
I was like, "This is some fucking Silence of the Lambs shit." I don't know.
Yeah, that would freak me out.
Or the movie Mannequin with Kim Cattrall.
Yeah, I forgot about that one. But yeah, what would be like a scene that just like this fucked me up?
Ooh. It's got to be going back.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I mean, it doesn't hold up nowadays, but growing up, the Brendan Fraser Mummy, the first one. There was two scenes. There was two scenes there that I saw as a kid. The one where he stole the guy's eyes and he comes out and he's like, I can't see. It's the guy with glasses and he just says eye sockets. That freaked me the fuck out. And eye gore is still something I struggle with in movies. Whenever there's like a close up of an eye and like,
okay,
that's brutal. And then the other scene is the scarab digging through the guy's like scalp and stuff, and like it's on his stomach and he's trying to get the scarab and it's just like digging through his flesh. So that Brendan Fraser Mummy was definitely a big one.
Mine's not like a horror movie, but there was a lot of disturbing things in RoboCop, man. I saw it at that age, man. That OG Robo, it's still to this day, it holds up pretty well, man. Like that fucking movie, like between the toxic sewage, actually, the guy that got wasted in that toxic sewage towards the end there, he's the same dude that plays like the deputy sidekick in The Blob. If you watch The Blob again, like he's like, that's another movie that'll mess you up.
The 90s Blob?
The 80s remake, because the original one was like the Steve McQueen one, right? Like that's
the one with like Kevin what's his name?
Kevin Dillon.
Kevin Dillon? That one? Yeah.
The funny scene about The Blob is like, the first victim was the old man, right? Like the old homeless man, and whenever he's in the hospital and they go in there and like they open up the sheets, he's like completely eaten away. The first thing the doctor does is go to the phone and goes, "Nurse." It's like he calls the goddamn nurse. Like, there ain't fucking jack shit you ain't gonna do. This guy's fucking gone. Of course the boyfriend gets eaten afterward, and it's just like watching his skin get pulled back and just completely the way they pull the practical effects with this thing kind of just tearing at you, because that thing is like acid eating away at you and stretching your skin at the same time. Like you're feeling that pain when you're watching that. So that was pretty disturbing. Another disturbing scene in The Blob was when the guy's like trying to make out with that girl. She's like, laying down in the car, and he puts his hand down her shirt, and then like he turns around and she's completely like gone and wasted before the Blob gets him. And that's one of those scenes you're like, yeah, it's like if I'm ever in that predicaments, I'm like, and she's laying there, I'm just gonna let her sleep.
Just slowly back away.
There could be a blob under there. For all we know.
Get out of there as soon as you can.
There's, but yeah.
I mentioned Poltergeist earlier, and there's a scene in that movie that still kind of bothers me to this day when when the guy goes in the bathroom, he starts picking at himself,
mirror, right?
In the mirror, and you start seeing the blood drop in the sink, and then some chunks of this, and then before you know it, like his whole face is melted, and then all of a sudden he snaps out of it.
That movie, man. Rest in peace, Zelda Rubinstein was her name, right? She was like the psychic woman. She got typecast though. Like I think they later to put her in what's that movie, Teen Witch? they put her in that. It's like it's like that's what happens, right? Like you play too good of a role in something. It's like and then you get typecast into something else. And I remember.
The spiritual oracle.
But yeah, good question.
What was that other movie? I think I don't know. It was like called Cabin Fever or something.
Yeah,
yeah. That's what I was thinking. I was like, yeah. When I saw that scene when she's shaving her legs, I was like, oh no.
Exactly. That was another one. Good call on that. That was like a modern version of that.
That was one of the modern ones that really, they still were able to get that out of me. Like that fucking okay, maybe I'm not so desensitized like I thought it was. Shit.
Yeah, at that point, because that was like early 2000s also, I think. Well, that was who's the director of that? The guy who's done a lot since then.
Oh, Eli
Roth.
Oh, Eli Roth.
Yeah, that might have been his first like kind of popular hit.
Yeah, he got that inspo because he had like a horse virus and he was saying he was like peeling a lot. I was like, oh, I'm just like, what the fuck?
All right. I think you, Logan. I think you're next.
Yep. And this will be my last one. I gotta prepare for the work day, and
Yeah, you've got some denial of godding to do, man.
Yeah.
Do what you gotta do.
I'll have to follow suit.
Well, I wanted to wrap up on just some concept albums. King Diamond was mentioned earlier. He is the king of like the Halloween concept and really just a metal Halloween figure. I think I'd pick Abigail as my ultimate King Diamond album if I could. I didn't pull any King Diamond because I thought that was too low hanging fruit. I have this album which I don't think I've showed off. Did I show this one off last year, Rick? I don't did.
I don't recall. No.
So if you can't figure out what movie this is based on, this is The Great Fish by the band Squalus, and it's a concept about Jaws. It's just the movie Jaws in like a orchestral sludge metal form. This is a unique and fun album. If you guys haven't heard this one, Translation Lost Records. Yep, this is a great album that just goes across the whole. Branches across the whole movie, and it really takes a sludge sound in a different direction and a more ambitious direction too. We're not talking about getting drunk, doing drugs, psychedelic witchcraft stuff. We're just talking about the orca and the Jaws movie. So great concept. And then
no one ever does a horror concept album about Free Willy. Like these orcas are pretty terrifying, man.
Maybe they will.
No, it's always the Great White. Great White gets all the attention.
I don't want to do another tangent real quick, but a real life story that I just recently heard more about was that SeaWorld attack by that orca, where he took that diver. There was the orca took that diver underneath, and I heard like an actual detailed account of it. It's scary as fuck. It took the diver and held the diver down there for like 30 minutes, and man, I don't know. If you want
the crazy thing is how calculated it was, man. Like, these things are fucking they're smart, man. Like they took this thing down, it knew what it was doing, man. Like it's just,
and I have mixed feelings about it. Like it's an animal. They just moved it. Like it's still they just moved it to a different location.
In captivity, yeah. But
it's just a bad situation all around, and a horror movie about an orca whale. I'm sure there's one out there, but they're definitely on this caliber. I'm sure.
Translation Lost, seems like a good label for
Translation Lost, yeah.
Yeah, there is like a horror orca film. It came out in the 70s because Jaws did so well. It's just called Orca.
Yeah.
That's it. But it was really bad, though. It was just... But I do remember because I was watching I Love the 70s or something like that. and they were talking about it and they made fun of it. But yeah, it is literally, that's all it's called, is
No.
Orca.
Was it a guy in an orca
There you
costume?
go.
No, they did. I don't think they used. I can't remember that much, but it didn't look like. It looked like just like a bunch of still shots or screen. Just like other footages
Yeah,
they just
a
put
puppet.
in it. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
maybe
Oh, jeez.
they were just at the beach a lot.
And then I'm not ending on a metal album, so it's a red flag right there. But Tales of Mystery and Imagination by Edgar Allan Poe, a concept album by the Alan Parsons Project.
Yes.
This
Wow,
is a great.
cool.
This is a great album. This is
They're known for the concepts, man. They did the iRobot
They are.
one. Like,
yeah. This is just a really cool, like, atmospheric slab of like kind of progressive leaning rock right here. And a lot of people know Alan Parsons for different stuff, like the the Eye in the Sky.
yeah, his buddy, what's his name? The other guy, the other member, he died. I forget what he had. But Alan Parsons himself is still doing shows. I mean, he's still around doing stuff.
So for the longest time, I didn't realize that he had something like this in his repertoire. Because I always thought of him for his more later material. But
I find it interesting that
this is a good
we
album.
got a guy from overseas, man, just doing a concept album on like a guy from Philadelphia. Edgar Allan, he had a miserable life, man. That guy had fucking. I mean, and then his wife, girlfriend, or whatever, she got that disease. He was never quite the same after that. And he's a guy who was never got the appreciation while he was alive in the same way. Like, he's one of those people where like they got the acclaim after they died.
Lovecraft and
Yep.
Ron Howard.
Edgar Allan Poe, like, he would get people visiting his grave every year, dropping off, flowers and shit. Like, he was somebody who's I don't know exactly where he's buried. I don't know why I'm here in Philly. I don't know why I've never visited his grave.
Sounds like a weekend trip.
Yeah, but now that you brought it up, shit, man.
Robert
I'll do
E. Howard
I'll
was
do it
one.
once, and then I'll say nevermore.
There you go.
Yep.
But yeah, that's it for me.
Cool,
Great.
man.
Cheers,
Yeah.
man. Thank you for having me on.
Yeah, man. Thanks for dropping in, man.
Always, Brian. Always good to chat and see you.
Yeah.
Nice to meet
I
you.
will,
Love the
Nice to
questions,
meet
by
you.
the way. Really good questions.
Yeah.
To the group. So
That's
Of
what we
course.
knew. Like, we needed brain food, food for thought, stuff that we haven't considered and thought about in a while.
but I look forward to seeing this live when it premieres. So
Yeah, man. Catch up on the rerun. But thanks for hopping in, man.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it, man. Like, every time, man, you come through, man. So
hey,
we've got
appreciate
some
it.
interesting things to talk about and show.
Yep.
So-
Cheers. Happy Halloween.
Cheers,
See you
man.
guys next time.
Turbo Reaper, man. If it comes down to your area, remember.
There we go.
It won't, but I'll keep looking.
Something similar.
If I can find a legal way to do it, I'll mail it to you.
It's a beer.
There you go.
See you guys.
See
All
ya.
right, man. Have a good night, man. All right. I think since Logan pulled that, I might have to. I think I got a non-metal thing. I'll pull when I come up. But I think Brian, you're up next.
All right. This is the last one for me too, because work in the morning.
Wait, you have a life and you got work and responsibilities.
I know.
That wasn't part of the prerequisites.
Here's another soundtrack I picked up recently. Another Waxwork. This is, you guys recognize the cover?
I can see it.
Friday the 13th, the final chapter. I mean, Friday the 13th seems like one of the most iconic, soundtracks or themes, I should say. So this is cool to get. Also, the first Friday the 13th movie I saw was Final Chapter, so I've always kind of had a soft spot for it. And the real life horror that is Corey Feldman. That was the first movie I saw him in. Who is still gracing us with his
Jason Voorhees still gets more respect because I got Leatherhead here with the Chucky keychain, right?
Oh
But
yeah.
But Jason Voorhees, he's got nothing. Like it's just there.
Yep.
You know,
An empty shell.
He's got more respect.
Yeah, and I think as far as like, it's an iconic theme, but do I like listen to it as much as like Carpenter's stuff? No. But these are all pretty fun to listen to around this time of year. And these are really nice. Again, waxwork coming through with this really nice artwork that does kind of pay homage to the original cover.
That's Matt Bradini too, right? He did most of that stuff.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. I thought you said something else. Yeah. This was still him for the most part. I remember going to like my local video store, and this was one of the. I would always pick the final chapter. I don't know why. I just like the cover the best to take back.
Well, and the thing is, in that movie, you see Jason actually die. Like he actually died in that one. It's like Corey Feldman did what he had to do, set out, killed Jason.
Yeah.
And then we fucked it all up because fucking Tommy had to come back.
Yeah.
His job. Like, dude, like really?
They thought the slasher movies were over. So they're going to put an end to it, and they realized, well, you can't keep a good slasher film down.
What's funny is when you watch part 6, like immediately it's going to be campy because it started this whole James Bond / intro kind of thing. I'm like, all right, it's just it's going to be a bit of a fun ride, but don't take it too. Not like I ever took it too seriously anyway. Yeah, but the kills were interesting.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I was not a Friday the 13th fan.
Yeah, I mean, I weave in and out. Like, I like the second one. I like this one, the fourth one. I don't, like Jason Takes Manhattan. I'd probably leave that one.
I'll be honest with you too. When that was coming on HBO late at night back in the day in the 80s, it was my introduction to boobies. It was just of course. It's like, well, I guess when you become a teenager, this thing has to go on, and then you get killed.
That'll serve you right.
Serves you right.
Yeah. The Fornicator.
It wasn't the first Friday because it came out in 1989, right? It was like the first.
Oh no, before that.
Oh no, before that. Okay, yeah, because that was the one year where, like they said, teenage birth rates were low. So.
Huh.
Yeah, because every time he'd find the frolicking teenagers, Kevin Bacon included.
Kevin Bacon. He got an arrow throw.
Right, yeah.
Back. Remember. Was it through his back or through his throat? I forget what it was. I think it was his throat.
It was through his throat, yeah.
Shit. It's like, and to be an actor for that kind of thing, you have to imagine what it's like to have an arrow shoved through your throat. It's like, I've never had that happen to me. What would it be like? It's like, so
pretty uncomfortable, I imagine. Yeah.
Cool.
There's my pick. It's good hanging out. Another Halloween festivity.
Before you go, I just want to show you my last pull, just because you're here.
Excellent.
So real quick, and so this is horror themed, and it's actually their first album. And they've kind of revisited other horror-like themes, but never quite like this. So I got a reissue of the first Wolfat.
Oh, it's so funny. I almost pulled a Wolfat album.
This one here, maybe talk about like so I just picked this up. Actually, still in the shrink. Actually, but fuck, man, like this is listen, first U.S. pressing of the album that began Wolfat's Swampadelic Vision Quest. Because I remember this was a little hard to find for a while.
Yeah,
the original presence for this. I love the art direction and just the whole horror element for this. It is a gatefold, and because you're here, I'm gonna do the honors and
you're gonna crack it.
Show you the the inner guts of this thing right on camera, and pull the plastic off.
Yeah, they do a good job of bringing in like the kind of the classic monsters into their their themes.
Little
totem there.
Just I love when they put like the special attention to the artwork and everything. So if you want to know what variant this is, it's
green,
nice,
very nice. Is that their first album?
Their first album, yeah, from like what 06? Something like that. Was it 06? I don't remember.
Yeah, the first one I heard was
Ripple. Ripple put this out. It was don't remember exactly. So like I said, I found I got a good deal on it. So it's like, fuck it, man, I'll get it. Plus, it's Ripple music, man. It's like all the stuff they put out is generally pretty good. You won't come out disappointed.
Yeah. I just made an order to Ripple Music.
Oh, did you?
They just had that sale. Yeah, El Brujo. That song's killer. I was that song.
Okay.
Repeat. Yeah.
Did I order?
What's the translation of that, Jax?
I made a heavy
El Brujo.
The witch. It's just masculine.
Gotcha. So like the warlock. Interesting.
I think if you debate it on with practitioners, a warlock, they will fight you on what the real meaning is. It's very Celtic, and I'm not very familiar with it, but it's actually more of a not negative term like gypsy, but it was just a group of not nice people. That's all I know. It wasn't like a druid or something like that. Druid was just like its own kind of magical practitioner.
Yeah.
But I know like people get confused, like, a warlock is just a male witch, and apparently I found out no, it's not.
And they take offense to that.
It sounds like an oversimplification.
It's an Irish myth. That's why. So I don't really know, and it was the Irish that said it. So I was like, oh, okay. And then I just forgot, But it's like whatever. Thanks for clearing it up, and that's it.
Damn. Yeah. Well, those the warlock movies, but I don't think they portrayed it as like a male witch. I mean, it felt like it was like a different thing. But
yeah, they knew what they were talking about.
Stands.
Yeah.
I got a question. Let's see. If it's too difficult, it's fine. Don't worry about it, because I feel like I've been asking a little too out there, like a little bit. I don't know. I feel like I've never been a little difficult. What would be like your favorite movie that was, how Hollywood has a lot of occult stuff going on, or just in general of some kind of occult that you would feel like was a good movie, or that's just really freaky out? Like, for example, I liked Rosemary's Baby, but also when you connect it to the Sharon Tate murder and how creepily it was, so, and the whole thing with Roman Polanski, like how he practiced sigil magic and stuff like that, how everything was like planned, because in the Illuminati world, you sacrifice the firstborn son. And if you notice, a lot of people, like even from Bill Cosby to Joe Biden, the firstborn son is gone somehow, some way. I think
Sharon was pregnant at the time, right?
And she was pregnant with a boy.
Wow.
So what will be like your favorite, like something that came, I don't even know if I'm wording it right, something that came from like an occult, or they compared it to like a conspiracy?
That's something that's not something that doesn't seem too out there and fictional.
Yeah, almost. Or it can be. I don't see why it couldn't.
I have the first thing that came to mind was the movie The First Power with Lou Diamond Phillips, which was set in, I believe it was set in Los Angeles. And he was I think he was a police detective, and there was a murderer who was killed, and maybe through some type of satanic ritual, his spirit transformed or took another form, or another person's, kind of like a, not shape-shifting, but possessed somebody else. And then as that person, they went on another kind of killing spree, and it was all kind of related to demonology and satanic, black magic kind of stuff. and that was kind of this, and it was a little bit past the beginning of the satanic panic, with all the music and the trials with Ozzy Osbourne and Judas Priest, and I always thought it was kind of an interesting take on like a serial killer / satanic type movie, kind of wrapped up into like a cop crime, detective type story. I don't know,
Interesting
movie if you hadn't seen it.
A segue to that, because you brought the cop and the crime thing. Like think of The Wicker Man. It's one. It was the remake, and there's the original one. Kind of like the original one. The remake has like, I don't know. It's hard to take Nick Cage too seriously.
The bear scene, come on.
But that kind of had a kind of a weird thing going on with the town and all the voodoo shit and all the stuff that they, all the rituals and whatnot. And then you had John Carpenter, like the Prince of Darkness, right? That movie.
Yep.
That was pretty freaky. And had a lot of
Mulholland Drive, the movie, was another one too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a few out there that kind of gave it away. Like, so weird shit is going on, Diddy style. There's a lot of movies actually when we think about it. We just, it just passed our heads. But I think the Sharon Tate one, especially with me, because, I've heard about it, obviously, but I didn't know that much about it until I was like 18 or 19. And the thing is, a lot of that murders and all that, the people were from where I lived. And I didn't know that. And then I even know people, like, obviously they're boomers, but somehow they were connected to that, or they knew somebody, or they passed by somebody. And it was just creepy. That story of Sharon Tate and everything always creeped me out because of how close it is. Because where I'm at in Los Angeles, it's not really, it's not like Hollywood, it's just outside of Los Angeles. The most popular thing from here where I'm at is Pennywise, the band, and the Beach Boys and all that. And that's, whatever. But then when I heard about all these stories, I was like, wait, they're all from around here? Just like, what the fuck? It's pretty creepy. That's why I think for me, it hits a little.
Right in your backyard.
It's literally right in my backyard.
Yeah, it is kind of crazy to think like those same people walk the same streets.
The thing too is where Charlie Manson had his encampment where all that stuff was going on. Like, it was pretty much like a no law zone. It was lawless. Like these people would camp out there and anything and everything fucking went on there. It's still there today, man. Like you still have areas where it's like a no-go zone. Again, I haven't been but that's what I've read. Apparently these places are still out there where these places there's no law enforcement going on there. So like people can disappear. I guess what I'm saying. So yeah, I don't recommend.
I just thought Sharon Tate was buried away from Roman Polanski, because Roman Polanski is at the Hollywood Cemetery. Sharon Tate's in Culver City.
Wasn't Bruce Lee scheduled to be there, or he left that? There was something going on. He was in the area around that time, and he was scheduled to shoot. And but for some reason, I don't know if I forget the exact detail because I'm on the spot. But I think he was scheduled to be there, but he had to bail out or something happened. But he could have been caught in that when that shit was going down.
Oh shit, I don't know.
That would have been interesting to find.
I mean, a lot of artists could have been caught, because I know one of the managers to the Doors got killed. The Beach Boys were a target, obviously. And then it was one of the Beach Boys management that lived in Cielo Drive but didn't live there anymore, and that's why Charlie was just like, go kill whoever's in there.
Wow. Oh, fun.
So it was a lot of people. It was a lot of rock stars too, and they just didn't know.
Yeah, for everybody who feels bad, like if you guys want to watch that Brad Pitt, Tarantino, what is it, that alternate reality reimagining?
Oh,
Once Upon a Time, was it?
In Hollywood.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen that one yet, but I heard it was good. I can't stand Margot Robbie. I just can't. Okay. I'm like, I can't stand her voice. I can't stand anything, and I'm just like, oh gosh, that's why I haven't seen it.
It's one of those movies you wonder, like somebody like Brad Pitt, like they still got it. I know Margot Robbie just want to she's a more recent actress, you know, when it comes to this, but someone who's been doing this a long time, like Brad Pitt, like he's still got it, man. Like that, I like that movie. You know, he did like Bullet Train. There's a few other ones. I'm like, yeah, you know, a guy could.
The guy can act, yeah.
He's still got it.
Obviously, I have a major crush on him because I have a picture of him right there. I can't
Oh, I see him. Good topics tonight. Thanks for having me on, Rick.
Yeah, man. Another year in the back, 2024.
Yeah,
like for hopping on, man. So I guess Jax and I will just kick it off for a little bit and finish off the rest. Like I got a few more.
Let's do like a few more minutes. Yeah.
And
good to meet you, Jax.
Good to meet you too, Brian.
All right.
Yeah.
Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween, man. Yep. He's got work and dad stuff going on. I get it. You know, it's you know, and it's for those who don't know, you're watching this Halloween night. You know, we're pre-recording this on a Tuesday, which is not easy for everybody. But I thought since you're here, so this band is doing a show on Madison Square Garden on Halloween nights. And it's very interesting that they did Dance Macabre, Duran, and and they did this whole, I want to say it's a Halloween theme, but it may as well be. It's kind of falling in there. So they did this whole seance kind of thing going on. These are real seance pictures, by the way. They I don't know which band member found it, but they found these old turn of the century seance pictures. And you look at the guy's head. Look how freaky. I might as well blow myself up, right? Right here, and look how off positioned his head is. It's pretty freaky.
Ooh, I need to look that one up. Yeah.
So there's some original songs. Some of these are like covers, like Painted Black, right? Psycho Killer, you know, Talking Heads. So there's a couple of covers, but you know, you wonder, like, you know, we listen to Duran and all the classics and, you know, and all this stuff, but like you wonder if they still got it. And this is a fun album. Like this is definitely, if you're already a fan of their hits, like check it out. I think that if you haven't checked that, so this came out last year.
I think one of the fewest metalheads that could admit they like Duran. I know there's a lot of the ones from the 80s they will still won't admit to this day. It's like, shut up, you like them.
I'm generally an 80s guy. Like you should see, like I got a few things, you know, and it comes to some of the 80s stuff. And you look inside, look what we got here.
A Ouija board.
A whole damn Ouija board.
I know.
And so they're not fucking around. They're like we're gonna do this seance thing. We're gonna go all out with the theme. And the only thing that's missing is the piece to kind of move it around. Well, like, hey,
use a pendulum for that.
You know, if I had something, we could have invoked something right now. And you got something going. But what's cool is this booklet. So they were able to get more photos of the sessions, and you know, it's kind of neat. I don't know what your earliest memory of seances and stuff is. Like mine is Beetlejuice, you know, and remember that scene with the whole thing with the trying to get the ghosts back and stuff, and
mine. I'm pretty sure there's more, but the only one that could stick out right now is the one with Nicole Kidman, The Others. Where they're it's not like the Ouija board seance, but they're doing the blind lady's doing something with the squiggling, because I know there's people that's how they seances with the lines, and they're keep saying we're not dead. That part was freaky.
And you get actual like spelled legit words out of this thing, so it's communicating something. Like it's for those who've never done an Ouija board, like. It's weird because when you actually try to use it yourself, if you're doing it the right way, if you're not screwing around, if you're trying to be like legit serious about it, and you put your hand in that thing and you're trying to, you know, something about it, there's like this sort of weird invisible force that kind of moves. Like it doesn't feel voluntary at all. Like you put it down and it feels like it's moving you, like it's for some reason. And then it starts to do things. And I remember doing it once or twice. And when it started spelling out like actual words, like I couldn't get myself to continue just because part of you thinks you have this sort of innate and this sort of thirst for this curiosity. I guess I didn't have it like at the time, like, you know, just because like I didn't want this thing to be like waking up something or some portal to something, and like next you know I got to deal with this mess and it won't go away. So like I was much younger. I was like 20 years ago, you know, and I'm like I don't want that in my life, you know. It's like I got car payments, you know, I got to pay for them. You know, it's like I don't need this element in my life now. This fucking ghost I got to deal with now. Like damn it, because I decided to play it. And now you walk in the store and there's like Ouija boards everywhere, man. It's just
Toys
this
R
shit's
Us
so
used
mass
to
marketed.
carry it. Remember there used to be the commercial, like, are you moving it? No, I'm not moving it. Remember that commercial?
Oh,
It was such a 90s commercial where it shows like two kids that are like moving the pendulum or whatever. No, what is it called? Yeah, they're moving
yeah.
it. And then it's like, no, you're moving it. No, like you just see the hands, and then they just put the Ouija board commercial. We need to find it and insert it here somewhere. But no, I think okay. So I've used the Ouija board, but you don't always need the board. You could literally just make one on a piece of paper. That's how I
True.
used to do it in high school. The only thing I tell people though, I mean, a portal can open up anywhere. I mean, this is we can only see 3D when there's like so much other dimensions around us and we can't see it. That's why cats always go crazy. Because they could see way more than we can.
Yeah, I can believe that.
Yeah, so and the thing is like what people just don't know, the reason why I got rid of my Ouija board and I gave it away, I just found it irritating because there's a lot of steps you have to do, like to protect yourself. And then like I was trying to contact my spirit guides, and I was able to when I got the board and everything. But sometimes you're over here arguing with another spirit who wants to talk and just mess around. So I hated that, you know, and I did the whole, you know, light up the white candles, do a circle and everything. And somehow a stubborn spirit would just come in that you don't want to talk to. So it happens.
Yeah.
So that's why I just found it more irritating, to tell you the truth. That's the reason why I got rid of it. But after how highly my abilities have developed, it's like I kind of don't need it.
That's why I know, like, if I know you had to go through that many steps, like, part of me is like, I'm just too lazy to go through all that. Like, I would mess up a step.
And then you got to do a salt circle. I'm like, no, I don't want to put salt
dance
around
salt
my
circle,
room.
get out the sage or whatever. You know?
But the thing is, why you hear people have bad luck when they do it is because 9 times out of 10, it's a group of people and they're at a party and they're drunk. So they're kind of disrespecting the dead. And when you're drunk, lots of other types of spirits, not demons, but other types of spirits like to go through you and like to have a good time with it. So, and that's what people don't understand. I mean, if you're going to go and disrespecting the dead, they will have no problem disrespecting you.
Well, you can put yourself into ghost shoes, right? Not like they have any feet, right? But if you put yourself into ghost shoes, right? It's like, you know, and you're being conjured, you know, it's like, okay, who summoned me? And like, it's like, oh, damn, fucking my nephew over here. And he's drunk. Dude, nerve. You know what I mean? Okay, I'm going to have a little fun with you. You know what I mean? Why don't we make a movie on the ghost perspective? Well, okay, we got one with Patrick Swayze.
I would love I want a horror comedy though. I don't want that. I'm so glad none of us talked about ghosts.
We did get Ghost Dad. Oh, wait, what? Bill Cosby was canceled, right? All right, never mind.
Go ahead.
I was saying there's quite a few of these. I mean, when you try to think hard about it, it's like they're out there. It's just but maybe they're not just pushed or marketed as much. You know, everything from the ghost perspective. You know, unless it's like Casper or something. You know, it's was that smarter Christina Ricci to take on that role after Addams Family? I don't know.
I don't know.
She got typecast too, didn't she?
Yeah, but regardless, she's doing well in that TV show Yellow Jackets. I've only seen the first 2 episodes. I have a very short attention span, but it's really good. You just have to have patience with the first episode because it goes back to the 90s. They're teenagers in the 90s, and then it goes back to like today's time, like 2021. So it was back and forth, and it's basically, you know, you're going to see teenage cannibalism. It's kind of like that one movie where the plane crashes into the mountains and they're like doing cannibalism. It's been mixed with Lord of the Flies. So have you ever read the book or seen the movie?
they made us read it in school.
Yeah.
And just like, yeah, this cannibalism thing is not it's not for me.
But it's really good though. It really is. And they did Christina Ricci's in it. And she plays like the weird one, the weird, awkward one who's always kind of like happy, and tries to fit in. And they did a good job with the cast. Juliette Lewis or whatever is in it too.
Yeah.
Yeah. And because what they did is like they got the teenagers and they got the adults. I kid you not, they almost resemble each other. They did a good job where it's like, damn, yeah, I could see them growing up to that person. So it's so good, top notch. So I do recommend, if you guys like that kind of gory shit, you're gonna love this. And then but the thing would, like, I need to continue watching because it did get creepy like in the second or third episode. So there's like this lesbian couple and one of them is running for mayor. I think it's based in Jersey, dude. Now that I think of it, I think it's based in Jersey. So she's running for mayor, whatever, like that. And, she's everything what they're looking for because it's new, it's different, And the thing is, they adopted a son or whatever. And they're getting that whole group that was on that island. They made a promise not to tell anyone because, yes, the news, once they found them, the media came after them. They made a promise, do not talk to them. Because obviously more shit happened. And there's this symbol that you will always see where they're getting like letters of that symbol and they don't know who it's coming from. And they're calling each other up like, why are you sending me this? I'm not sending you that. And then the lesbian mayor. So she's like, she sees that her son is drawing like weird stuff. And it's the symbol. And then he goes, yeah, I keep the curtains closed because sometimes he stares at me right there. So there's something going on even more. It's really creepy. So I need to get back on that.
All right. I mean, I generally like Christina Ricci. I can definitely see myself,
Juliette Lewis is like the bad chick. So her character in the 90s was the one rock chick that was with the boys or whatever.
Yeah.
And
she was in Natural Born Killers, man. Like that was like, well, what's to that? Because I remember her from Christmas Vacation, right? Like that was just like a teenager there, and then Natural Born Killers. Like holy shit, that's a hell of a maneuver, career wise. But I think she needed to do that movie though to kind of just show her
change
versatility.
Her character. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, but that's another show to keep in mind if you guys like to watch any kind of gory stuff. It's a pretty good show. It's on Netflix. It was on Amazon Prime, and which is what, because I don't have Prime or anything like that, which is why I didn't continue watching. I was getting my nails done and my nail girl had it on. That's why. And I'm just like this. So like I'm going like this the whole time. So now
it pisses me off because these services would just switch these shows in a dime and I can't keep track. It's like so when people like ask me, hey, you should check this now, it's like I want to, but I either I lost track of what service is on or I don't have that service anymore. I do have Prime, so I can't. If it's on there, I can do it easily. Netflix has been pissing me off lately, so it's just it's just not what it's just the way the company operates and the way they switch the sharing service and the prices keep going up. And I'm like
what made me mad because I'm with T-Mobile and I already threatened them that once my contract is over, I'm done with them, because my bill isn't where it's supposed to be at. And you get the phone for free, but it ends up being you are paying the payments for it. They just add services on there. That's what it is. So yeah, I could get Apple TV for free. I got Netflix, but what made me mad is Netflix, I had it, but then a month later they're like, oh well, if you want no commercials, you have to update. And I got so pissed at them, and I was like yelling over them at the phone. And they were like, sorry, we can't do anything about it. Well, if we want to change it to a cheaper rate, the thing is, you're still going to end up paying more because you'll be paying for the phone now. And I was like pissed, and I was like, when does my contract end? I was like, when does my contract end? Because I will guarantee you, I'm not coming back. I'll go to AT&T. I don't care. I get 30% off because of my job. Because they told us that we go with AT&T and we show them our pay stubs that we get 30% off.
That seems very dishonest in the way they do their business practices. That's why it pisses me off, and it's good to have options out there. So you can do that. It's like they piss you off. You have kind of somewhere you can go. That's why I hate monopolies.
Yeah.
I got
Go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead. If you want to, we can move on to you, because I think I got a few more things I can breeze through too at the same time.
Okay. I was just wondering, what would be more of your favorite kind of like, I guess, a campy kind of something that didn't not really take itself seriously, kind of horror movie, I guess, will be more of your favorite.
Like an Evil Dead kind of thing.
Evil Dead 3?
You mean like something like that, where it's
something like that, yeah, or yeah. What would be like your favorite?
Give me a minute. I do have a little stash over there. Let me take a quick glance, just to refresh my memory.
Okay, well, I guess I could tell you just mine, just because this is recent that I saw it like in May. I didn't think I was gonna like this movie, but I did like American Satan. Well, what's it called, with Andy Biersack? And when I was watching the movie, I thought, okay, he's just in the movie. That's it, you know. And the only reason why I found out about the movie was because I watched AMP Reacts, and they had Andy on there. And then they mentioned the movie, and I've seen the poster many times over there at the Rainbow Bar and Grill. So I was like, okay, well, let me watch it. You know, it's a rock and metal based movie, and I like to try to watch those as much as I can. I didn't really think you'll have some horror in it, but it did. And some of the, well, not all of them, but one of the death scenes was funny. And it just made me laugh so hard. But I'll have to say that's probably one of my favorite. I think what I liked about it was they realized it was a low budget film, and they were just going to do the best they can with it. Unlike there's a lot of these movies that are especially piggyback off the sequels or you know, or whatever, and they think it's going to be such a great movie, and it's not. And they have a higher budget. So I think that's why I enjoyed American Satan. And it was just kind of authentic, and it touched on, you know, like rock and roll, like selling your soul and stuff like that and all that. So I think, but they did it correctly. It wasn't so cheesy either.
There was a movie, did it come out 2006? It had to do with a little parasite. It's called Slither. You ever seen it?
I heard of the movie. I just never seen it.
It's pretty freaky, and it came out, and it reminded me of this Night of the Creeps. I don't know if you've ever seen this one. It came out in the late 80s, and it had to do with these little wormy parasite things that, you know, that got into you, and it basically turned you to zombies. So, you know, it's obviously the big scene is when you know, you have the big prom bus, you know, they all end up becoming the undead. And who was in this? Fred Decker directed this. He's the same guy who did, I think, the Monster Squad. Tom Atkins was also in this. He played the cop. And yeah, this is definitely a fun watch. If you ever get a chance to watch this. I mean, who was that girl in Teen Witch? The main girl.
I don't remember.
But her brother, he's the dude here. That's in this movie. So you know, and it kind of reminded me of that. So if you watch Slither, it kind of like, again, it's not exactly the same, but it kind of has that. It gives me that vibe. But that's another good one. But if you talk about campy, so going from House, and the first one, which took itself a little more seriously, but it still had its fucking campy shit, you know, with what's his name, George Wenton's in it from Cheers, and what the heck's his name again? He's from William Catt. Yeah, he was in Carrie. And so he's trying to write this book, and he ends up in this haunted house. His aunt killed herself in, and every time the clock strikes 12, you know, it's just the place just fucking turns to paranormal. The buddy he left die in Vietnam ends up haunting him and taking his son and all this stuff. So then you watch this, and then you go to watch part 2, and then they fucking took that campy. They cranked it up to 10. On this, you got like the Aztecs and crystal skulls and human sacrifice and all kinds of stuff. And there's like time travel and dinosaur zones, and you know, and here it is. So it's the second story. I loved it as a kid. I mean, I love these movies. I mean, I watched them over and over, but they're very, very different. It has very different feel. You know, whereas again, this one has a more of a serious tone, but it still has its moments. And then this one too, again, but it's a whole different cast, whole different feel. I would say just stay away from the third one. It's not good.
There's always the third one, or you know which one like disappointed me? Because I love Ginger Snaps, the first and the second. I love, but then that third prequel bullshit, like what the fuck was that?
And the Ginger Snaps, I remember I rented it on Blockbuster way back in the day when it came out, and it was like a completely blind rent. Like I knew nothing about it, and I didn't even know it was a werewolf movie. Like I just you know, because I went to the horror section. Oh, that looks interesting. I didn't even read the back. I kind of just took that shit up to the counter and you know, kind of just binge on the weekend. And I'm like, and I actually ended up really enjoying it. That was the original Ginger Snaps, so I didn't see the sequel, so I can't really compare.
Well, the sequel, it just, you know, how at the end it was her sister. It just takes on like her story just mainly because she gets bit. So she's trying to delay it, and then she has an accident and they put her in a mental asylum. And you know, they're trying to figure out why is she injecting herself with this stuff, you know, and why is she timing the healing of her scars and everything. And then the thing is, like, I'm not going to give it away, but there's a cliffhanger at the end. That's the thing. There's a major cliffhanger. So we're over here thinking when the third one came out, because I technically saw the third one first and I just didn't know it, but it was only like the last 20 minutes and it was on Showtime. And then eventually one of my friends told me about Ginger Snaps, and I remember the two girls, and I was like, oh my God, they were in that other movie. Is that what the movie was called? And I just didn't remember, right? And then he told me about the third and the prequel. He's like, yeah, it was like fucking terrible. It just, all it talks about like the story beforehand, and the special effects was dumb and everything. And sure as hell, when we put it on and we watched it, I was so disappointed. I was just drinking the whole night and I didn't care.
Oh man, that's the problem with setting up like a cliffhanger in the end of these movies, especially when you're like not like a very high budget kind of studio and things are not like that stable. It's like, yeah, we'll leave it in a cliffhanger. Sure enough, we'll come back and we could have something. It's like you may want to leave it a little open-ended, but not so open-ended where it's like such a cliffhanger where you must make another movie because it may not happen, or you're gonna run into production issues, or the original writers are not gonna be there. It's like now someone's got to fucking pick up the slack where you left off.
Yeah, I mean, the first one was just more of a coming of age, and like almost the same thing with Jennifer's Body. And it was a little bit more creepier. The second wasn't as creepier, but it was still like suspense. It was more suspenseful, but it was still really good. Especially with that one little girl that was in there. They called her Ghost. I forgot who she was, but she came in a couple of other horror films. But that's what made it more good. So I'm glad they didn't try to stick to, you know, to the original where it was kind of creepy a little bit. They made it just more suspenseful.
Okay.
So yeah.
I guess you had to,
huh?
Looks like you have to change the tone. Sometimes you do. I think a good example of that was like what they did with the Alien movie. Like the first Alien was more horror than the second one was. The second one was more action, sci-fi than it was horror, even though you still have the xenomorphs thing to deal with. But I think sometimes that when you do a progression of the sequels and the change in kind of direction and tone, sometimes it's called for. You know, for what it was. I mean, obviously, they're two very different movies. Obviously, you know, compared to the Ginger Snaps. I guess it's a franchise. Again, franchise, right? This is what they intended to keep this thing going, but it's Hollywood. You know, I don't know if that one was a Hollywood. It's got to be, right? But it's so risky. You know, if you're not backed by a giant studio and your name's not Ryan Reynolds, you know, it's like trying to get that back.
I don't remember. Well, I don't remember if it was a Canadian film or what. Ginger Snaps. I know the actress, the one who played Ginger, was Canadian, I believe. I mean, she eventually did American Mary, even though all that shit was filmed in Canada with the Soska sisters. That one was a really good movie. It's like the people who got slashed needed to get slashed. You know, it was because you've seen that movie, right?
No, but I'll probably, but I've never seen it.
It's basically it's just about she's going to med school and she wants to be a plastic surgeon,
Okay.
and the teacher, the program there is corrupt, and they get the girls drunk and like, they fucking like record everything what they're doing to them. And but before that, I kind of jumped ahead. But before that, she needs another job to pay the bills because, like, med school is expensive, and she gets a
Yeah.
job as a stripper. And what happened was, is like the the owner of the club, they beat a guy up really too badly, and they asked her, "Look, you know how to." Sew up people. Can you help us out with that? And she did. And then she started doing body modifications on people. Like there's one that looks like Betty Boop. There's one that looks like a plastic Barbie doll, but when she wants to be plastic, I mean, she even wants her vagina sewed up because they don't have any, right? Yeah, it's stuff like that, right? And so she's doing all these, she's getting into it, and then like the thing is, she not pays. She tells the guy, the owner of the strip club, to go kidnap her teacher, who did all this like fucked up shit to the students, and she's torturing the guy, and it's just so nice to see. But it's a good movie, though. I do recommend that movie to people.
Okay. Again, this is why we do these things. We get kind of a good turn of feedback and kind of get to see some of the stuff that we missed. So people tuning
I can't
in.
believe you still don't know about the second Carrie movie.
Nah, just the first.
It was like 99 or something, or 98. It's very what you would think of like the teen movies in the 90s of the horror style. It kind of
I guess the way I saw it too was they took so long to come out with another one. It's so it's going to be like a whole different crew, different people, and just a whole different. So a lot of us, when was it, 99 you said? So
it was like around that time. It's just what they embarrassed her with, because I know the other one, she wins prom queen and they put the pig's blood on her. This one, it was like revenge porn before revenge porn. And so that's when she killed everyone. So it was more of that, because they blasted it up on in a party. That's why. So they played it for everyone to see.
Wow. Yeah, that's pretty fucked up.
Yeah.
But you got to up the ante, right? It's some way from the original. You try to anyway.
I mean, I can't remember much of it, but when I was a kid, I thought it was okay. But I was a kid, so I don't know. But I was like, I thought it was good.
Somehow that one evaded me. I don't know. Like, and I was renting movies around that time. 99 was a big blockbuster year. 99, 2000. I was still dealing with VHS tapes. It took me a little while to finally get a DVD player. They were still a little expensive at the time. But and I remember
hold on, it was 2002, I think. Yeah, I'm looking it up right now. Yeah. Oh no, that's the TV movie. No, that's the horrible TV movie. Yeah, I wouldn't watch that one. Where is it? Okay, well, I found the TV poster. The Rage Carrie 2. That's what it was called. The Rage Carrie 2.
Yes. Okay, I remember. I remember the cover. I remember seeing. Yeah. I never actually watched it. All these years, holy shit! I've never actually. Maybe because I've scrolling around, I haven't seen it in Netflix and stuff.
I'm surprised.
Maybe it was at one point, but they pulled it like everything else. So
yeah,
it kind of, I don't know, pisses me off. Like some of that old stuff, yeah, should return, but some of it, I don't know. Like, all right, so I got this right. I don't know if it's an artist you follow at all, or whatever, but it's got an interesting thing that made me think about something else. So, Eye of the Zombie, but John Fogerty, 1986. And what is the first thing you think of? This is called Eye of the Zombie.
You want to know what I think of? Remember the 80s version of Beauty and the Beast?
Yes. That's what I was thinking of.
I would have never thought of a zombie, to tell you the truth.
It's such this whole album was a wreck because like he had this, remember the center field song was big, and this is the album that came out after it, and he was trying to kind of just replicate that success, and it didn't happen. The actual video for Eye of the Zombie is actually not bad. If you ever watch the music, it's kind of a catchy song, but the rest of the album, it just kind of sinks. It's not really for what it is. but you look at that cover, you're like, I don't see a zombie in this. This is like some fucking weird, beastly fucking
It's
thing.
Ron Perlman.
Rob Perlman. And I'm glad you know this, because I don't know how many like younger people remember that show. It was Linda Hamilton, and that show premiered in '87. So this came out '86. So it's kind of like foreshadowing what was to come. So fucking Fogerty put this out, and after this album, he didn't do like Fogerty did not put out an album again until like sometime in the '90s. Like,
oh, you want to talk about
not
foreshadowing and going back to conspiracy theories? Remember the chick who died at that one hotel where all the serial killers are? Oh my god, why can't I remember? It's like not even the Cecil Hotel. Lisa Lam, the one who got killed, and they found her in the water where the water heater where the water runs through. Oh, I can't remember the name, but
yes.
they found her. But they found her in there, and she
actually
was from Canada.
Be right back.
But they found her in there. Wait, did you leave or you're okay? I'll just wait till he comes back.
I'll come right back.
Oh, okay. I'll just wait. I never had to do this on my own. Well, no, I have. You guys like my lip oil? It looks like blood, but it's not. I'm gonna try it.
All right. So I know what you're talking about. This happened in near Skid Row, right?
Yeah.
It was in
That's where
so there's a concept album on that right here.
Stop.
There's the elevator that she was in. It was an Asian, right, girl?
Yeah.
Katie Sue. She was there at that hotel. And that hotel was known to have fucked up shit already happened.
Yeah.
It was already known. And this project is called Spider God. Was it last year? I can't remember exactly when this came out. Yeah, so it's called Flying the Trap. So it's English black metal. It's black metal. I like this project. He put out this is the same guy put out a covers. He did like pop covers in black metal. So yeah, he does like a lot of interesting things. But he did this whole thing on that what you were just saying. So I'm like, fuck, man, this is a good opportunity to pull this thing. Because when I saw this at the store and we were browsing around, and I saw that cover, I'm like, that doesn't look very black metal. What the hell is this? Until you start to really dig into the idea behind it, and you look at the story, I'm like, yeah, that's pretty fucked up.
Yeah, but the thing is, it was kind of foreshadowing a movie that came right before the murder. And I forgot. Oh my god, who was the guy who was in Step Brothers with Will Ferrell? The one who played his brother. I forgot his name.
John. Because he was in what was the racing movie? They were both in it together.
The Ricky Bobby one. Talladega Nights. Yeah, so he was in that one too. But you know how he has like serious roles too. Like he's played some good serious roles. Well, he was in some horror movie like that.
John Riley.
Yeah, and I think, oh my god, who was the actress who was in that one heroin film with Jared Leto? Was it Jared? No, not Jared Leto. What am I saying? It looks like him, but it's not. Oh my god, it was that one heroin. One of the Wayans brothers was in. Oh my god. Okay, so anyways, it was basically foreshadowing that.
Was it in Requiem?
Requiem for a Dream.
Requiem for a Dream. Yes.
Okay, the girl that they put in prostitution, they had that whole huge prostitution scene, that grimy scene. Okay, she was also in that movie, but it was basically foreshadowing the murder right before it happened. Yeah, it was so weird. And the thing is, what I've heard about that hotel, supposedly there's a vortex there. Vortexes are a little bit weird to explain. I don't really know how to explain it, but I know usually when there's a vortex, it's usually weird shit that happens and creepy. And the thing is too, what they think, because a lot of people of higher power, you know how they do the little sodomy or whatever they do, they think that, there's people in there that they're just keeping an eye on, like especially younger females, and who they could sacrifice. And the thing is, like, you'll see TikTok videos too, people live streaming that are renting a room right across the Cecil, and every day there's like somebody leaving on a stretcher.
No, thank you.
So that's the creepy part.
I'll reserve my room elsewhere. Yeah. And people go in knowing this, right? And they still manage to get a room. You know, it's something about hotels. Even when it's like you see 1408, right? And then that's another one. It's like a hotel movie, and
that was a good one though.
It was, you know, and that's a Stephen King thing too, right? And I thought I was done with Stephen King after that. I'm like, you know, I had all my Stephen King fill and stuff, and then that movie comes out, and I'm generally I mean, I wouldn't call myself a giant John Cusack fan, but I do generally enjoy. I grew up watching him, you know, and that was another one. And the fact that I've been involved, you know, this paranormal thing, and then you find out like it's his daughter, you know, that's like all this stuff, and then that damn Carpenter song that kept coming on. It's like I never thought of that as a creepy song, but now I can't listen to that song the same way again because of the damn alarm clock. You know. It's anything like that with hotels or whatever. It's just like it can be very unsettling.
I just like how in that movie he was trying to debunk every kind of like ghost story you could think of. But the thing is, like,
total classic skeptic.
Yeah. But the thing is, like 1408, it wasn't necessarily like about a ghost story. It was more like, or it wasn't like, it was more like a portal to me. You know, now that I've done this for years and like I've experienced some stuff for years, is like I could see how people just see like a typical ghost movie, but like that's not what I saw. It was more like portals, like more like that, because ghosts come through portals, so they know how. So it was just how is it the rooms kept changing, you know, it kept changing and everything. And then you know, especially that one scene where he climbs out of the window and he's climbing and trying to go to another window, and all of a sudden it was blocked or something like that. I think it was portals. It was just transforming and everything.
It wouldn't let him leave.
Like, it definitely was like a portal that he entered. It kind of also reminds me a little bit of that one Simpson episode that they got from the Twilight Zone where Homer goes through the wall and there's a portal and it's all geometrical.
That was what it's like most of their episodes were based on Twilight Zone episodes. They were able to parody like so much of that stuff. It was so amusing because like when those episodes were coming out, I remember at the same time trying to explore and watch those original Twilight Zone episodes at the same time they were airing these Simpsons episodes concurrently. So it was kind of fun. I missed those years when they were doing that kind of stuff. I don't know if they still air, like I know what's the Sci-Fi Network or whatever. If they still air the Twilight Zone episodes every New Year's Day. Though for a while they were doing that, and it was cool. It's like they ran a marathon and they basically would play every episode. It's cheesy as fuck. Like you watch it now and you know it's all black and white, but it's still good fun, you know.
Yeah.
So it I don't know. Like I still find it, you know, pretty amusing. I pulled one more because you talked about camping and stuff like that. Like, you ever seen Deadly Friend?
No, I haven't.
So it's a Wes Craven thing. Wes Craven has done a few of these. Like, I'm taking a break from Freddy. You know what I mean? I think, and between theirs and movies like I don't know, the People Under the Stairs and you know and whatnot. Like, so this is a Chrissy Swanson. Is in this one.
I haven't heard of her in a long time. The only reason why I know who she even is because she was in that Flowers in the Attic movie.
Oh, okay.
I know people recognize her because of Buffy, but
I remember. Yeah, I remember her from. Yeah, that's when I first saw. I remember her from being the original Buffy, and shit. So she's like over here. You can tell she's a little like zombified. So. Yeah, so it's this robot, you know, kind of nerd boy next door moves in, and then her father is like she's like the neighbor, and her father's like, you know, the abuser, and all this stuff, you know, but she's kind of keeping it kind of hidden and all this stuff, and you know, she ends up, I forget what happened. She fell down the stairs or something, and so the neighbor boy finds out and ends up putting a chip in her brain, because the neighbor lady who was what the hell's her name again? She was the woman in the Goonies, like the bad woman, the mom character.
No, I'm not sure. You're gonna hate me for this, but I've never seen the Goonies.
Oh, okay. What the hell else was she in? But anyway, she was like the old annoying lady, you know, keep off my lawn kind of thing. So except she had a fence, and she ended up shooting the robot because they got on her property, and so he took the chip, put it in her head, and then now she's out for vengeance. She ends up killing her dad, and and just all this stuff. So you watch it today, you're like, really, like this, but it's a fun time. I think Wes Craven, you can tell he did this as like a bit of a throwaway, just kind of in between Freddy stuff to do something a little bit that's not his normal thing. But I think he also wanted to do something with robots. So this came out around a time when like they were putting out those Short Circuit movies. I don't know if you remember Johnny Five. So there's like, imagine Johnny Five, but like just a little more evil. But this is another one, and movies like this kind of get lost because they're not really reissued very much. They're not really shown in these Netflixes and whatnot. So I always tell people like, hey, these are fun to grab on Blu-ray, so that way you have them. You don't have to worry about these fucking networks pulling it, the services pulling it from you. It's always a fun time.
Yeah.
But you got these questions that have me like pulling, like, oh yeah, I got a couple things here. But
I'm surprised. I was like, I don't think they're gonna like the questions I have.
No, they're great. I love the challenge. Like, just
I didn't even. The last few ones were a little bit challenging. I'm not gonna lie, especially because I'm in the occult, so I'm like, oh, I don't know if they're gonna know anything about it. If they could like compare it to a movie or something like that, like the whole.
I had like one of those Lifetime special witchcraft occult magazines. It's like very well researched and properly done. So I sent it to my sister, right? She's out in Florida. And but because she visited my mom, but she left a day before it arrived. So she never got the magazine. And then so she went back down to visit, and she's texting me. She's like, hey, what did you send me? I'm like, I sent you like a magazine. And it should be pretty obvious because it's witch and occult. My mom wouldn't buy that. That means I had to send it to you. You know what I mean? I don't know if she found it, but she had to evacuate because of the hurricane.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So now I got to reach back, but she's into all kinds of other things too, so it's finding people within your circle who's willing to entertain, and just, even if they don't believe all of it, but still kind of envelop themselves in that kind of fun. But for some people it's not fun, it's serious matter, like it's I almost look at that like the way, like astrology, right? I'm like, some people will look at this and be like, it's all in good fun, thank you for that. But some people are like, fuck no, man. Like I'm basing my life's choices and shit based on this stuff, and now they think you're crazy. So yeah, there's again, everybody's has their own way they want to follow and maneuver in this kind of direction. I did do a couple of funny pulls. So we kept talking about like just really properly done films, really real good. What about stuff that's not very well directed and just written very shittily, if that's a word? I got Zomboner. And it's exactly what you think. So it sounds like this thing was like, it looked like it was shot by a bunch of college guys with like the most fucking just like dick humors aplenty, right? Steve Bolyak or whatever. And he's got a series of these kind of films. It's just like I saw someone sitting there, but it's just like, how bad can it be? Pretty bad. So as a matter of fact, check this out.
And everything. Oh my god.
Fucking VHS. Like, it's the dialogue is bad, the dick puns are bad, and it's all over the place. This guy's like, he's trying to get a BJ from this woman out in the lot, and he gets run over by her boyfriend, and then he dies with this heart on. And so now, like, he wakes up from the grave, and she's got to get rid of this heart on because but he's being controlled, but he's zombified. It's 50 minutes. It's a hard watch, just because you're aware of how bad it is. Mm-hmm. I'll show you like just one screenshot from this thing where he's in the funeral casket, right? And this is what's in the background.
Oh my god.
There you go. Just to give you an idea of kind of like what you'll be looking at when there's no more room in hell, his dick will hump the earth. That's the.
They didn't even try.
It's again, it's just a bunch of college guys. Like this is like their project film, and I don't even know how this will pass the test. But you know, it's still you can watch it for free. I think it's like on YouTube. So you know, would I recommend it? No, but if you're looking to waste 50 minutes and just like fucking watch some college humor, like there you go. Like that's the kind of stuff that's coming out nowadays.
I mean, with me, oh God, there's two that's sticking out. One of them, I don't even know why. I mean, I wouldn't even really call it a horror film. But in 2006, this movie called The Covenant came out, and really, it was just four hot dudes that were in the movie, and that's all it really was. But then the two main characters, one of them came on Friday Night Lights, I think. And I forgot where the other one eventually showed up on Gossip Girl. But it was something about like, I don't know if it was based on a book and people were like the book was better. I don't know. But it was just basically these guys, they had to like, if they used their powers too much, it kept draining them and they'll get old. But they never explained why, because I guess at the end of the day, it was just four hot dudes aiming for girls. But they played White Zombie in the beginning of the movie. More human than human, I think it was.
This is 2006.
Yeah, 2006. I remember because I was a senior in high school. So just.
But even in 2006, like More Human than Human would have been still kind of a dated song, right? To insert even then.
There was a lot of Rob Zombie fans. That's why, and I think there were. I mean, I never really looked into the history of the film, and I'm surprised nobody has really like talked about the way there's all these movie review channels, or maybe I just slipped. It slipped through me, but I think it's just like because the fact that when I was in high school, there was a lot of there was a lot of the alternative kids or whatever you want to call them, and I think they were trying to aim it towards like more of that scene, and I think they were trying to aim it more for just like the mainstream. It almost had that like late 90s teen angst thriller slasher film aesthetic, but without the killings like that. I mean, there was death, but it wasn't like that. But it had that vibe to it. So I kind of felt like the film was just a little all over the place. I mean, they never explained why when these boys would use their powers, why it'll drain them and it'll kill them eventually, right? And why is this like a bloodline or whatever to it? But why is it even called the Covenant? Like why is it even? It just left you with more questions. But again, I was a 17-year-old girl and I was horny and I didn't care. Just.
Was it kind of like the effect like when The Craft came out, back in the day? I remember that one being a big deal when that came out.
First of all, The Craft was actually very well made, though. And it basically touched almost everything about witchcraft in that movie was true, except for the deity they summoned. So yeah, except the deity they summoned was made up, but like a lot of it's like kind of on point. But like so that was like one movie right there. I felt it was just like cheesy. It was more for girls. And it was just really bad written. And it can be cheesy when you look back at it now, just because it was like, well, there's four hot guys. You know what I mean? So the other one,
I would have a different perspective, but I see where you're coming from.
I think maybe for me, it's just I'm speaking more on the feminine side, and and then the ending. Oh God, I have the movie too. I need to I have it on DVD.
It's kind of like when a girl tells me like I'm gonna go see a movie because Ryan Reynolds is in it. I'm like, I'm not gonna feel what you feel, but I can understand why you would go.
Yeah, it's just vice versa. But the same thing with Troy. Like I love the movie Troy just because Brad Pitt's in it, but it's not historically accurate whatsoever.
Oh God, no.
No, it's terrible if anything. But the other movie, I never even really seen it, but I feel like I have seen it just because what's that one guy who does about terrible reviews only? Like he'll talk about like indie reviews and how bad a lot of these movies are. But anyways, one of the movies was called Elves, and they were trying to market off the Gremlins series, right? And they were trying to market off them. The thing is, the movie poster itself was misleading. At first, thought there was only one elf, and then they're promoting like there's multiple, and then the whole movie was just bad when he was talking about it. There is about a teenage girl, there's like incest involved, and then there's Nazism involved. There's this elf involved that's going after them. I'll look up the movie and I'll send you the review, but it's so funny.
I think one time I felt like that was when they released the Troll 2 movie, right? The first Troll was actual Troll, right? That's like an actual Troll. It was Troll 2, but the word troll never really came up in the movie. It was goblins.
Oh my god!
They were in Nilbog, right? Goblins spelled backwards, right?
Yeah.
And we were in Nilbog, and I remember watching the movie, and I'm thinking to myself, first of all, whole different cast, whole different crew, different director, different writers, much lower budget, and I'm watching this and going, where the fuck are the trolls? Why are you calling this Troll 2? Like, these are goblins, you know. It's like it's the misnomer stuff, right? Like, it doesn't seem to work.
But it was the fact, like, again, kind of like the Covenant, like nothing was connecting either. They're like, why does Nazism have to do anything with the elf? You know what I mean? It was just.
I think that the Nazi thing is like a way to add an element of there's no evil enough in this. How do we add more evil to this? Like, I don't know, man. We're like, I'm out of my bag's empty. Like, well, we always have this ace card. We can add the little Nazi element to things. We can kind of add the element of evil. It's like when you watch Hellboy. It's like you got the demon summoning and all this shit going on, but like it's not enough. We got to add the Nazis.
Yeah.
You know,
Hellboy was a long ass fuck movie. I liked it. It was just so long.
I think that it's one of those movies where like trying to imagine other people playing that role. Ron Perlman, I think nailed it pretty well. You know, I think like you're that guy, right? You did Beauty and the Beast way back in the day. We feel like you'd be a good
Sons of Anarchy.
Yep. He was in there. He was in Blade. He was he? Yeah, he was in the original Blade.
A lot of Guillermo del Toro movies. A couple of them. Yeah.
Sometimes the directors have their favorite. Like they just keep bringing the same person back. You know, it's how you had, you know, like that Johnny Depp thing, right? And with the Tim Burton stuff or Winona Ryder, and it's just some people just have this sort of, which is cool for you. Like you have a little bit of a career, like I guess what do you call stability, because you got this director be like, fuck man, I was like, you know, or DiCaprio with what's his name, the other big director. Maybe the eye pays. So finally starting to hit me.
I'm not a big DiCaprio fan, so I wouldn't really know.
Yeah, he's hit or miss for me. I did like him in Django. You know, that was a fun. You know what I mean? But he played a dickhead in that one. It's like okay, so okay.
I don't think I watched anything where I liked them in, to tell you the truth. I mean, I seen Titanic. It's like, okay. Romeo and Juliet, I remember the original. I mean, not the original, but the 90s. That one was pretty good, so I guess I'll give him that. I think I like his early work before he turned into a creep.
So we were talking quite a bit about the occult and stuff that was going on there. So I pulled something that you know, for everybody watching, I thought would be a cool like piece of history. So there was this band. So when you think about the beginnings of within music and how a lot of this started, you can go back to a band like Covenants or not Covenant. You were talking about Covenants. Now it's in my brain. The band was called Coven, and Jinx Dawson who was in that band, and she kind of helped kind of pave the way in the U.S. For that kind of imagery and stuff, even though the sound wasn't really metal. And over in the UK, there was another band kind of, I guess, kind of doing that kind of direction with their music, but they were very controversial because back in the late 60s, early 70s, like that shit was like still pretty taboo and not very publicly accepted. So we had Black Widow.
Hmm.
And This band, I'll bring it up here. This band, Kay Garrett, I think she was the original vocalist for this, and they had a lot of occult, and they even did like live mockery of sacrifices on stage. In their live sets. So they've been pretty far out. But after the first album, the record label wanted them to move in a different direction and kind of just move away from that imagery. They felt like it wouldn't have been very mass marketable. Kind of understandable. This is their return to the Sabbath, which came out kind of us reissuing old material back in the 90s. So for people who want to know where this stuff was coming from, here's actually an image.
Ooh.
So this is like back in 1970. Think of this shit going on.
Yeah.
Pretty crazy. So it took a long time for the band to finally get the recognition that they wanted. They play elements of progressive folk, hard rock, kind of enveloped all in one. So there was a tribute album put out called King of the Witches. And, so it's a Black Widow tribute, and came out a few years ago. Come to the Sabbath, come to the Sabbath, Satan's there. And it's kind of like a chant if you listen to the song. It's actually quite catchy actually. And so Clive Jones, one of the original members, I think he's still the only original member in the band. And we have kind of like an amalgamation of different bands. Death SS from Italy does Ancient Days. That's a pretty good one. North Winds, The Tempter, The Black. One you might know maybe, Church of Misery out of Japan. So they have a track on here too. So it's cool that these bands kind of all got together and it's like a mix of different styles, but they were able to kind of pay tribute to one of the bands that kind of started everything really when it came to a lot of this occults and kind of just acted out sacrifices and shit on stage. Like Black Sabbath wasn't doing this.
yeah, they weren't doing that.
In their set, these guys kind of went all out in their own other way. Clive Jones, he tried to be extreme wherever he could at the time and how he could, but the record labels just kept pressing him to go in a more traditional direction. So eventually, when Black Widow broke up, he moved on to a new project and formed the Agony Bag. And this came out in the late 70s. Really hard to find 7-inch. They weren't able to pull out a full album. They were able to, but at least they released a 7-inch. Rabies is a Killer, Never Neverland. And this is like a mix. You can tell from looking at the cover. It's kind of like a mix of like New York Dolls with some sleaze. There's like a little bit of a punky elements, noise with a mixture of Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Yeah.
Kind of enveloped in one. So it's pretty crazy. That even then, something like this was kind of pushing the envelope. So you can find like live footage of this thing, but this was a short-lived project. So Black Widow came back in 2011, and they brought back Kay Garrett, the original vocalist, to do a track, and they brought back Tony Martin to do one of the tracks because he wasn't doing anything. He was done with Black Sabbath, well after that, and they put out this CD, Sleeping with Demons. And it's a very hard to find CD. They did like a one-time run pressing of this, and trying to find it now, it's a bit of a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
But it's cool to see that they at least were still active, even with a little bit of help with some collaboration with other artists. But this is a band that kind of just got skirted under the rug. But eventually they come around, and it just takes people a little bit of time to finally have a newfound appreciation, just like Coven did, and they were still putting shows. And I think James Dawson was still up there, she's got to be in her 70s or 80s at this point, doing this kind of stuff. And we talked about, what do you call it? Like even like in the movie world with Fulci, for a long time he was kind of forgotten about, and then a whole new crop of horror fans came on and started discovering his stuff and looking at the sources where a lot of this stuff that people were doing back in the day, and found a new sense of appreciation, which is pretty cool. So I thought it was worth mentioning for tonight, just to kind of get people an idea where some of the origins and things involving like demons and the occult. And I don't know how
if you're ever into that, you guys always go to my channel, because I started a series called Metal the Occult. So one of my top ones is like probably the Leviathan or the Behemoth video, one of those two. Because apparently a lot of people don't know that, especially Behemoth and the name Nurgle, they don't know that it comes from like Mesopotamian occult practices. So yay.
I will guarantee you a lot of people watching this probably don't know that. They don't follow it that closely. I mean, they're my thing with Behemoth is I'm more of a fan of their early raw black metal stuff from back in the 90s. I know they transitioned to more the death metal sound, and it's kind of black death metal. It's kind of weird way to describe it, but
it's a little more I don't want to say mainstream black metal, but it's a little bit more commercialized, I feel.
It is, and that's why I kind of started to move away, just because and I get it. It's whatever you're just as a creativity and direction, but at the same time, the record labels tend to push you.
I don't mind Behemoth. I like listening to them. I think what it is, I just don't like Nurgle. Just like I don't mind Black Veil Brides, but Andy Biersack, like he's definitely one of those people. Más calladito te miras bonito. He's definitely one of those people.
Yeah.
It's just sing and look handsome, but please don't talk. That's just what it is. It's like
everyone's going to find if you opened your mouth, right?
Yeah, it's just I think but Nurgle, don't get me wrong, I don't think he's handsome at all. He just gets on my nerves. I don't know what it is. I don't like him. I don't mean it like in a way like I think he's a bad person or whatever. It's just he looks like he's somebody that will get under my skin and annoy the living hell out of me.
Some people just do that. I mean, there's some artists where I'm like,
and I remember he lied about how the YMCA discriminated against him, and they found out it was a lie. Do you remember that? That was like in 2021.
I remember hearing some rumors about that, but I didn't follow up.
Yeah, he lied about that they discriminate against him. I forgot for what reason. I guess because he lives in Poland too, and his music is not very welcomed. But it ended up being it was a huge lie.
Wow.
So I think ever since then, that too, I was like, yeah, you kind of look like a liar. I'm not gonna lie. It's like, so many times I said the word lie. But
people are not very genuine. They just it's like that guy Blake from Knock Mystium, right? It's it's like you got this black metal band, everything's going well, and then he decided one day to be like, I'm gonna just feed my addiction and not it take all the funds for fucking people's merch money and not send them anything.
Yeah.
That was fucked up. I feel bad for the rest of the band members because it kind of just put a stink on their image, just because of because of one bad apple. It took years to kind of recover from that, really. Just when people are assholes like that. But he did like a generally bad thing too. There, just fucked a lot of people over.
Yeah.
I got another cool pull. So I wouldn't expect anybody to really know this band, but it's here we go. So I don't know if you're a fan of anything like surf rock or rockabilly or punk.
I know a little bit of very little bit of psychobilly and rockabilly. I obviously know who Dick Dale is, but just
okay. It's like
I listen to horror pops and Madsen, but I think or Batmobile, but that's like the closest I know, but to anything of that style.
There's a band. They're actually from New Jersey, so they're obviously more local to me, and they're called the Dead. See, when you try to pluralize Elvis, how do you do that, right? The Dead Elvises, so they call themselves the Dead Elvi, and this is their first album, Graveland. and so it's a Chiller Theater Records, and yeah, so they all, it's what you imagine. They kind of have this sort of Elvis like persona on stage, and they play this sort of horror, punky, surf rock kind of stuff. It's actually pretty fun if you ever tune into something like that. There's, I would see them live, like if they came around. So it'd be pretty cool. What I didn't know was that for those watching, like, so Frank Frazetta, right? Obviously, you know, he's very famous for a lot of very important cover arts and within rock and metal and whatnot. But a lot of the artwork that Frank did was stuff that he did and then he licensed out to other bands. So if you saw an album cover with Frank's art, it was usually licensed. Like you usually got it from whatever he was already painted. So I didn't realize he was very close to the band. They were like, he was pretty good friends with members of the band here. So much that Frank was kind of retired from doing illustration for a little while there. And the band reached out and asked Frank if he would do an illustration for one of their album covers. So here is Buddy Bought the Farm right here. And he did this illustration for the band, which is original. You only see this artwork only for this cover for this band. And you know, he had his name in there in the grave. So that's how he signed it, right? So that's pretty interesting. They added this I don't know if I pulled I guess I didn't. And this was pretty hard to find. It's simply because of the Frank Frazetta art. So this is they did like a one-time run of this. So it goes for pretty good money. And it has a guy named Zachary the Cool Ghoul. And Zachary was a guy who used to host the radio show and just the intros. Like imagine Elvira, right? But he's one of the OGs who would do this. You know, he would dress up as a ghoul and host this stuff. So he passed away. This is one of his last appearances or contributions. So Frank Frazetta himself passed away. So he passed away in 2010, May of 2010. And the band dropped this album in October of 2010. So not long after Frank died. So what they decided to do was to do a cover in the style of Frank Frazetta, right here.
No, I like that.
Yeah, like what were like if Frank was able to kind of do an artwork with Elvis and all this shit going on in a proper full painting form, I think the artist did it pretty good justice, you know, for what it is. And they even did like a little tribute there. It says "Rip FF, Rip Frank Frazetta" there. So I thought, and this is one of those things that kind of came out kind of quietly. People don't know about with very little fanfare. But Frank Frazetta was a huge contributor, you know, to a lot of album art and magazines and comic books and things. He's just done a whole lot of work. But this is a little band called the Dead Elvi from New Jersey, who had this connection with Frank. They were able to pull this together, which I thought was pretty cool. Nice little red there. I kind of wish they went a little more of the purple, like here. It would have been a better fit for that. So here's the band. Look how come on, you gotta tell me this is a fun looking act. Would you? I mean, if they come around, I would see them live.
No, for sure.
You know, I thought it was cool. But the music's pretty fun. You know, for this kind of thing, a lot of this kind of stuff that comes out in this kind of style, it's I don't put on my brain cells too well. I just let it sit in the background and just have a little fun with it. It's not meant to be this intricate piece of work. You know, it's just these guys just having fun, pulling out this sort of surf rock garage rockabilly thing. You know, so there's quite a bit of a market for that. I mean, that's got to be big in Cali, I would think.
I would think, but I don't know how. Well, I almost feel like, I don't know, surf rock isn't really that in anymore. I feel like it's kind of sad to say, but a lot of rock and roll stuff is not that in like how it used to be. But I also feel it's like it's the marketing that kind of sucks. I mean, I think the
It's hard
last,
to market. Yeah.
I think the last, it
There's
wasn't
another
my favorite, but
Into the Voodoo is another one. They kind of play in that same style. Uh, the this is actually a compilation. It's got the Creeper Sense, Bad Hormones, JPP. So here's like here's the three bands. Maybe I'll blow it up here.
maybe they are popular within the psychobilly scene. I just don't like psychobilly people because they're fucking dicks. But I'm gonna probably, because there is a large psychobilly scene out here, so I won't be surprised if it's popular amongst them. But the thing is, like, going back to the whole topic about rock and roll, I think like the last major big thing was more like that Orange County kind of metalcore sound. Like, what's that one one band? Oh my god, they're annoying too. Oh my god, I can't. They sing the song "Hail to the King."
Avenged Sevenfold.
Yeah, it was like that wave right there. That was like the really most popular one. They call it like almost like Orange County metalcore or washed down metal or whatever. It's like it was very watered down. Like,
Wow. Yeah, I can totally see where you're coming from as far as it being annoying. You know.
like I don't even know if Devil Driver will. No, Devil Driver is more metal, but they're from Santa Barbara, so that's almost like that's basically Ventura County right there. But yeah, so I think that's like the last major thing from here, at least that I know of. I don't know of other areas what's popping right now with rock right now. I just know, unfortunately, Machine Gun Kelly is taking the torch for that.
Yeah. What is he? He's trying to do this
He
and
started
that.
off as rap music, and then Eminem buried him really bad. And now he's like emo wannabe. He's not even good at being emo. That's the thing. I mean, I used to hate emo as a teenager. Okay, so I went to a really weird high school. We didn't have the typical popular kids or whatever, because I didn't know emo kids and scene kids were getting beat up or whatever, because they were the ones ruling my high school. It was them and the psychobilly kids. And I didn't know that until I got on TikTok, and I was like, wait, what? I was like, because Hawthorne High, where the Beach Boys went to, they were filled more with metalheads. Obviously, I was in the wrong high school, but it was just the fact that, wait, like I was so like, I don't want to say culture shocked, but I was so shell shocked or whatever when people were telling me that. I was like, no, you guys were the annoying popular kids. So that's why I never saw them as nerdy or the misfit. Maybe the misfit in their family, but not like like that. And then they, and then like they all wore like the Addicts patches and the Misfits patches and all that stuff, even though it wasn't emo. But
I can say that my experience has been quite different, but that stuff was going on that side, especially during those years. Like, the psychobilly thing was never like huge here. I kind of found that out a little later on. But I thought I pulled this because I had the Frank connection. And also, being a band, also in the same state where the Misfits are from, right? So I could see the kind of the horror thing being appealing, But I never saw this thing where like was this divide between the kids who are like the Misfits and the ones who were popular. The way that kind of click stuff work. When I was in high school, it was during the 90s, and we had what we call like the corn kids, right? We had like the new metal fad, and we had that side of it. We had a couple of punk kids, but we had a couple of the goth ones, but they mainly kept to themselves. They knew what it was. There wasn't anything they weren't looking to recruit. I guess I can put it that way. It's like, I don't know, if you had anything like that going on.
To recruit?
Just people who kind of had their own little clique and their own little.
No, because I feel maybe it's just here. I don't know. But then again, I've always had a problem with like people that, I was always in isolation from whether it be family or friends or whatever, or even my own type of people. But what it is like the only thing close that I know that came to any kind of recruitment was because here where I grew up, we had this one gang. You know, gang life was very active here at one point, and it still kind of is, but it's nowhere near as bad as how it used to be. But I do remember we had something called the United Street Punks. So basically, they were punks, but they were just in a gang, and yeah, they just did typical gangbanger shit, but they were just punks. So that was the only thing I knew that was going on when I was a teenager, or even in my very early 20s. But by the time I was like 22 or 23, I didn't even know what was going on anymore.
Well, so you did a pretty good job of kind of staying out of that mess.
Yeah. Well, my oldest brother was a gangbanger, so, and they drilled it into me at a very young age to fucking hate those people. So my parents, I mean. So, and that's why I just never cared for that. Like, I have a coworker who's literally dating a gangbanger, and I just don't understand why.
I guess there could have been a way things would have turned the other way for you, but you've had some help, support, a different level of perspective, which kind of helped you along the way. But God, could you imagine getting in that gang life? Fortunately, I never had to deal with it myself either. I kind of just kept quiet, and when I was that quiet metalhead, I kind of went to class and I was just discovering.
I was like the only metalhead, I think, when I was there. But they listened to more, like I said, Avenged Sevenfold. So that was the kind of shit they listened to, and Slipknot. And mind you, back then, I didn't even think we called Slipknot metal. I think they were just an alternative band. That's why I'm like, the same thing with Linkin Park. I liked the first 2 albums of Linkin Park, but that was it. But I just don't understand how any of that is metal. And people are going to argue with me, and that's fine. But it's not meant for me to understand.
Because it's not, right? It's either they get lumped in with new metal, or it's some kind of alternative metal, or post metal.
It's like alternative rap or something like that, which is fine. Why couldn't you just go off and do your own style like that? I think Linkin Park was the only rock band I could think of that was able to incorporate rap music very well.
Yeah, they had DJ and everything, like
that and Blondie when she came out with Rapture. So other than that,
I still love Blondie.
Me too. I love Blondie. I love Debbie Heavy.
Cool. Anything else you want to?
I'm pretty much done already, dude.
I'll just go through the last stash here while we're on, and we'll call it a night. And here's a Philly band. So I'm just going to show something strange over here, and it's a 2-piece. What are their names again? Pull it out here. Don't remember. It's called Evil Sword. Basket Fever, and this is kind of experimental, and they're on Bandcamp. They got a few other releases, but I thought the Pumpkin was kind of cool.
Why does it remind me of fucking, what's it called, Halloween 3?
Season of the Witch, right? Kate Ferrans and Ben Fergal, and this is kind of like it has it's very unstructured, the way they do the bass. It sometimes it reminds me of Primus, but with a little more of a metallic edge, hard rock metallic edge. I guess Primus has some of that too. And her voice is very unhinged in this. But it's done in a way that's very amusing, and it's quite captivating. It was kind of cool to discover this again right here in Philly. But if you're looking for something that's a little more experimental, weird, it just has a bit of a kind of a metallic edge with a little bit of death rock and other things thrown in there, but without too much structure. And that's done intentionally. They're just trying to be a little off the wall. Evil Sword. It's definitely. So I know some people who may be watching this are like Jason Skills. If you're watching this, man, definitely recommend it. Out of Canada. Will be the kind of thing he'd be into, because he's into a lot of electronic and experimental and things like that. He runs a little label up in Canada. Another one is a band out of Germany called Hexenbrat, and This one right here kind of follows that sort of Italian thriller, kind of just giallo horror kind of stuff. So it's Night of the Four Knives, I believe is what it translates to. So very experimental, quite a bit of noise. It has a bit of a black metal edge, but it's not just balls out black metal. There's like a lot of experimentation, and it's done intentionally. If you want something that's a little more straightforward, Logan pulled out that Denial of God earlier. You remember? So if you want something kind of in that vein, but interesting without being this overt Norwegian type of black metal or anything like kind of in that direction. Again, this is some of their other releases. This has more of a thrashier side, very constrained. It just kind of it's disturbing kind of vocals, but it has a lot of interesting, catchy riffing. This is another one, and got to have the baby in there. So we got the doll. So this is actually I like this one more. This is probably my favorite one. This is the EP. I think this is their full length. But nobody talks about this band. I think they're great.
I feel like I have heard of them before. It looks familiar to me. Maybe I listened to them at one point. I just don't remember.
You might have seen it in the stores and stuff if you're browsing around, and it seems to be always in stock. But I never hear anybody talk about it. But very interesting project. Before we wrap up, so Halloween sounds. So when I picked up the last Tales from the Crypt, I picked this up the same day, and it's just a bunch of spooky sounds and noise. Interesting that they went as far as to put the money to put this sort of interesting holographic kind of cover to go with it. It's really Hot Topic looking.
That Hot Topic used to be cool. Yeah.
I remember going to Hot Topic in the 90s, and you would get the goth kids in there, but every once in a while there would be like a cool death metal shirt. They had obituary shirts, and there was the occasional Cannibal Corpse and stuff, and then it just stopped. I think when Slipknot and those guys kind of came in the picture, they pulled that stuff aside and they went more for the more marketable.
I remember you used to be able to get a T-shirt and a CD for altogether, like a bundle for $25. That's how I got Megadeth Endgame, like the shirt and the CD. Yeah, this was like 2009 when that came out. I remember those days. Yeah, now it's just all filled with Funko Pop, and I get it. Hot Topic has to transition with whatever is I don't want to say mainstream, but it's basically what the name is. Hot Topic is like it has that edge to it, but they also let's face it, yes, right now it's all about like the anime that's in, which never was in back then, and now it's all like the Marvel and all that stuff. And yes, it has an audience, but it's still it's still not for everyone.
When you walk in there though, it kind of reeks of they're just trying to survive, stay afloat. So they're just reaching.
They have a lot of sales now, unlike they used to. They never used to have sales. It was so rare.
I think some of that stuff sits on a shelf for too long, and they really got to clear a lot of that stuff out. Yeah. And it's kind of like, what was the one store? I think it was I think it was FYE.
Oh yeah, I remember. I missed that place. They had good CDs.
We had like one left. It's like in the I think it's a Cherry Hill Mall.
28. Remember Tower Records or whatever.
Oh, I fucking love Tower Records back in the day. I bought a lot of my early death metal and stuff there too. Back in the day, I bought I remember getting Opeth CDs and a bunch of other stuff. It was and it was we had a big one here on Broad Street in Philly, and then there was one on South Street, and they were always 2 floors. I think one had 3 floors. Third floor just was all jazz and classical, and then you had everything else, and they had decent magazines, and I picked up quite a bit of metal there, at the time. It's very hard to find a lot of places that had good imports, unless you went to a private mom and pop shop, but paid up the ass for those import copies.
Oh yeah,
but there's quite a good bit of. I was surprised because it's supposed to be a mainstream chain, but they had quite a bit of a number of imports there. So if you're a metalhead, it was a little bit of a paradise.
Yeah.
At the time. I feel bad for the kids now who kind of are missing out those golden years.
Yeah.
And that stuff. Now they just go to band camp or whatever. That shit's there.
Bandcamp, unless there's like, like I'm lucky, like, Hollywood, we have Amoeba and all that stuff. But sometimes but sometimes there'll be a place in the mall where maybe something will pop up and then it disappears.
That's part of the problem. I got a special addiction because I regularly buy vinyl. So it's like the feel of the scarcity, it's even more there. So, versus a lot of us who just buy CDs and like and I could do that, there's a few, some of these are only CDs. Like here's one called the Crippler. And it's called I'm Just Gonna Let Myself In. So it's just like the HPGD, you familiar with that label? They're actually based out of Philly.
Mm-hmm.
I used to live near the guy, where he operates all the stuff. He does a lot of these releases. He's got quite a bit of death metal and black metal and grind and all kinds of stuff. This right here, it's like a little bit of a thrash with power violence and a little bit of sludgy. It's like but it's a fun listen. So again, if you're looking for something a little more on the kooky horror thriller kind of side, this is definitely a cool one. They're on Bandcamp if you're curious. It's called the Crippler. But yeah, Home Invasion, right? That's real.
That's real for sure.
But I think I'm near the end of my stack here. But yeah, if you have anything else or not, I mean, the
only thing I could think of right now, I kind of want to say it was like his horror punk attempt, I guess. Well, okay, so Davey Havoc from AFI has had a few, projects. One of the ones that, yes, he came from the punk scene and everything with AFI, but then he had taken a moment. He was with one of the members of the Misfits, I forgot who, but they did something called Son of Sam. That album was like really good, especially the song what's it called, Michael, I believe it was called, but nobody really talks about that one, to my surprise. And it's kind of has that horror punk sound. At first everybody was thinking maybe he was talking about Michael Graves or something. Maybe he had beef with him or something like that. But I think it was like literally talking about Archangel Michael. But it's just because he could get like a little philosophical and all that stuff. So, but yeah, if anybody's ever heard of Son of Sam or you haven't, I would go check it out. I mean, even if you don't like Davey Havoc or anything like that, it's still, you get that horror punk sound, especially because one of the Misfits members is in there. I just forgot which one.
Is it Jerry Doyle? Let me see. I could probably find. I'm looking it up right now.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. It's got a gothic look to it.
Yeah.
Into the Night came out in 2008, and holy shit! So I see one on eBay, and they want $85 for it.
Oh yeah, it's hard to find. Yeah, it's a lot of the Davey Havoc side projects, they go up for pricey, and the fact that came out in 2008 when it was the height of the emo era, I can't even believe it. Because he had in 2005, I believe, he had what is that shit called? December Underground. And then around 2009, he came out. I forgot what was the name of the album, but it was basically where people were saying he was selling out and he wasn't as rock anymore or whatever. But then it's funny how that came out too. It's like all this stuff came out almost close together. So
here it is. If anybody's curious, that is.
No, that's not actually how it looks like. Hold on.
Oh, really?
It might be another album he came out with. Hold on. Let me see. It should be like there's supposed to be like a gravestone in the back.
Okay.
Hold on. Watch me got the name wrong. Hold on. It should be Son of Sam. No.
Oh, I see it. Okay, so there's two. This is what's called Into the Night. And you're talking about songs from the
Son of Sam. Yeah. Okay, so it is still not Summer of Sam, to be confused, but Yeah, it's what there's a goth. It's almost like a rockabilly / goth girl. That's in it, and that one came out in 2001. Yeah, it actually In the Hills. Well, that's one of the songs. Yeah, but the song is called Michael. It's a really good song.
Michael? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
There
that's
it is.
The one. There we go. Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about.
That is blurry. It has like that 90s. It probably didn't come out in the 90s, but it has a
It
really
was 2001. Yeah, that's why I was like, wait, it came out in 2008, really? But then, I mean, I could believe it, but then I checked it. It was like 2001. Like, yeah, but he was with one of the members of the Misfits. But yeah, the Michael song is still kind of blurry, but I know people were thinking like maybe it had something to do with Michael Graves just because one of the Misfits members was in it. But at the same time, people think, no, I think it's just the fact because Davey Havok is very poetic and all that stuff. I think it has something to do with Archangel Michael, but who knows? He's not going to talk. Davey doesn't talk. So, I mean, he talks, but he doesn't talk.
Oh, okay. Didn't know about this. Interesting. And I'm trying to see which member. Yeah, I'm trying to find which member of the Misfits, but I can't see it. I'll figure it out later.
Yeah, hold on. I'm typing it. Hold on. Son of Sam. Let's see. Davey Havok. And let's see if there's something else. Well, there's a picture of all four of them. I just can't fucking The Rise of Son of Sam. So, Davey Havok. I don't know. It's not Glenn Danzig, that's for sure. I don't know why it's.
I would definitely know. I wouldn't know about that if it was Glenn. Ooh.
Let's see. Okay, so the members that were in there were Todd Youth, London May, and Carl something. So I don't know which member it would have been because you know how they went through a lot of members too, the Misfits. So
yeah, a lot of it because. Well, when Glenn was on there, he was a hard guy to get along with. You know,
yeah, I could see that.
So check this out, right? So that's the first CD. Oh no, the second one that I pulled. So this is what it's going for on eBay.
Shit.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Well, this is for the vinyl too,
Yeah.
which I expected to be more. They probably had a very limited pressings of this. Probably hasn't been reissued in forever. Like a lot of.
It was just like it was a different project. It wasn't like it was AFI and then the management team or the record label underneath that they're not going to push that shit out. So,
and this is why you end up with bootlegs fucking everywhere of this stuff because they never refuse to press it. You know, it's like the Danzig albums. A lot of those have not been repressed. So I mean, if you're just buying the CDs, you're fine. But for the vinyl collectors, they're kind of screwed. They have their I got a few Danzig bootlegs. Just it's but whatever. I'm fine. It's not okay. It's not like
Oh, I used to burn CDs, dude. I remember those days.
Yeah, I used to have a gigantic CD wallet of it, and I got stolen years ago. I had a lot of like OG like death metal and shit. That goes for good money now. Which it's gone. So I had to go back and rebuy a lot of that stuff. I appreciate you joining me. It's been an awesome conversation.
I had a really good conversation with all you guys. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think this is a thing with the people in the metal community, and we're able to kind of get together and do these kind of themes. It's always good to have fresh faces come in, and I mean, to me, you're not a fresh face. I follow your channel, and you do a lot of interesting things, even though we don't all put out videos every week or whatever. But I
want to at least do it like 3 times a month. I feel like that's a normal. Yeah, when you put too many, it's not. It's just oversaturated. Yeah, I could see, but I want to at least do like 3 times a month at least. But like
some of the guys I follow and and I talk to and I comment on regularly, but sometimes I'm like, man, I just can't watch every single video.
Yeah, I think what's happened is just like my attention span has gotten shorter. It doesn't help with TikTok, but like I said, I had a lot going on, so it's like hard for me to like want to keep up. That's just what.
Well, and people forget, like we got day jobs and other shit going on, in our personal lives. Like as much as we would love to do.
I'm wondering how Lonnie does it. Lonnie will fucking
Lonnie, classy Lonnie, he's one like very very passionate. I mean, he's really into what he does, and I feel like nowadays his Instagram is a lot more active than his YouTube. It's a little more low effort than something like Instagram.
Well, what it is on Instagram is easier to connect. Well, it's not that it's hard to connect on YouTube. It's just I don't know. Maybe it's just a different community. You just don't want to. I think because it's more personal on Instagram.
Yeah,
it's as close as personal you'll get with them. Like over there, you'll literally is almost like you'll see me rant about people in general, not like political wise, but just like this dumbass that came to my work, like it'll be stuff like that. So it's like nice to see that kind of shit,
And you can make it private too, and allow whoever you want to come in. YouTube's a little more of an open platform, and
you can't really do that,
right? It's hard to be this exclusive club. It's like we'll let everybody in, and then you just have to find the assholes one at a time and just block them wherever you can. But Instagram is kind of the other way around. You just have to. Fortunately, I've never had an incident, But then again, I don't post like the way someone like Lonnie does, like every day, But also, you got to have something to post every day. So this, you got to have kind of material.
You can just do the stories. You don't have to post pictures every day because I don't post pictures every day. But yeah.
If you can get creative, I mean, there's different things you can do, but I don't know. And you have to care about it that much. Sometimes I'm like, it's this other platform. It's not my main thing. Every once in a while I'll put something up there. I don't do it enough for like announcements. Like I don't ever really announce my videos and stuff. Maybe I will for this one.
I was just in shock when you reached out to me like, hey, you want to join us? I was like, huh? I was like, oh, okay, sure.
Yeah, I figured this would be good. And I think that when we had the other guys on board, I mean, we all try to pull like actual things, but sometimes, just having a little bit of stories and questions and things like that regarding just our history with Halloween, and our connection with some of the movies and music that we listen to. The people who follow these channels, I think they want to know a little more about us. One of the reasons why we subscribe to some people is because we like the person. We didn't like the person, we wouldn't subscribe to them, right? So we want to know a little more about them. So I think that sometimes you follow somebody enough and you kind of get a feel for kind of what they're like. And sometimes you got something like this going on, you're like, hey, it'd be a fucking cool person to reach out and just have on board, and just I thought it'd be a cool conversation and have a virtual beer with, although tonight it was just Logan. All good. But another year wrapped up. So after this Halloween thing, I plan on doing a Day of the Dead. That will be live though. So that's Saturday. So right now I'm just kind of feeling out whoever wants to be. So all what it's going to be is just talking. It's not a Halloween theme. It's just talking about artists who have passed away, bands who've broken up. It's just stuff like that.
That's a good topic. I'll try to see, because I know I do work those days, because I literally come back on November 1st from Texas, and then I know I go back to work.
Whoa. Yeah.
But let me just see what time I get out. I'm not sure what time I get out. So.
Okay. I'll hit you up with the link, and it's up to you. Because StreamYard Premium, I can allow up to 10 at a time. We can kind of rotate, and not everybody sticks around for the whole stream. So anybody feels like anything you want to contribute, you don't have to pull anything you want to bring up or talk about. So anybody who's watching this, by the time they watch this, it'll be close to that day anyway.
Yeah.
So just hang on. I'll end it here, the recording. But thank you everybody for tuning in. And we'll see you, I guess, next year. Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween.